Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. Welcome to my kitchen. Here we are. I'm a nervous wreck. I'm gonna get started. Man, I look fat on here. Oh well, I don't care. Hamburger meat. This is rice. I usually make twice this much, so I don't know what I'm doing, but we'll see. I just washed my hands, so I don't have to wash them again. Pushed all that together. I hope everybody's doing okay. I hate being on camera. Y'all know this. So when you do that, then you have this big lump of meat and rice. Okay. I can't eat that. I'm putting this at the very beginning so I can trim it off if it's really bad. Oh gosh. It's going to be really oniony. And I'm sending this with my daughter that there's a man that is in pretty bad shape, and yeah, he needs to be fed. So I'm not putting all those onions. That's too much. And you just don't even worry about mixing that up yet. Garlic, tons of garlic pepper, powder, not pepper. No, I'm not nervous at all. Put the crud out of it. Salt. And because of the rice, you got to have a liquid. Happens every time. Not every time. Oh my goodness. Now comes the fun part. Trying to get it all mixed together. And y'all, it really looks like crap when you're like you think this cannot be good at all, because it just doesn't look really good when you're mixing it. I can't breathe. I'm nervous for it. My daughter's here. Well, two daughters are here. We're being pretty quiet. I think that's enough here. You're not even here. I told us we'd do this if we weren't quiet. I didn't say I could eat shit. I got my wooden spoon. I'm getting the camera. A little more milk. Yes, this is all store-bought stuff. healthy stuff. Where's this video on it? Okay, that looks pretty good, I think. I hope there's enough milk. And so when the hamburger's cooking and it gets a little, I guess the grease coming out of it helps to cook the rice also and makes kind of like a gravy. So, and I'm using a smaller dish. Usually I use a 9x13, but this is whatever size is. I don't know. And then you just take it and kind of make balls with it as you put it in. Can you see that? Like, looks like a ball. Okay. Hopefully it looks like a ball. It doesn't matter. It's still going to taste the same no matter what it's shaped like. Really and truly. I don't even know if anybody's here watching this. They're probably thinking, I'm not watching cooking. Okay, the balls need to be bigger. Bigger balls.
Are you going to get banana first?
Am I going to get what?
Banana.
Bananas?
Bananas.
I don't know what you're saying, babe.
So on other platforms, you're not allowed to say banana.
I'm not allowed to say balls?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what people report on here. They're crazy kids.
okay, report me. That made 6 of them. And I'll wash that in a minute. Okay. Next is cream mushroom soup. Yum. Always good. And I didn't get a big spoon. I don't know if y'all can see. Can y'all? I can't read y'all's chat either. Okay, you take the cream mushroom soup, about like that. Put it on top of the ball. Y'all, this is so good when it's done. I'm telling you. It's so good. Oh, I don't miss that. I had to break into my stash because I can't reach the floor over there where everything's put on the bottom of the pantry on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know why the commonly used stuff is way down there.
Do it.
The stuff that I would commonly use is on the bottom shelf.
Yes, everything that I need is on the bottom shelf. Stand on your head and find it.
Yeah.
Dude, that one's going to be good. Would be a little more over there. Use every bit of it because this is the good stuff.
That's what makes it.
I tried to make sure it was quiet in here for y'all. Okay. that's done. Now,
I don't say
it's ready to go in the oven. And you just put it in the oven. And that cooks about an hour. And then I have potatoes. Whoops. Might have to turn them on. Red potatoes that I just kind of quartered up. Making those. And
it's only take about 20 minutes.
green beans. What'd I do with the pot? Oh. Okay. That looked really good, I'm sure. We like the French style green beans, and I just strain the juice off. Put a bouillon cube inside of it. I can get it to open. And then go ahead and, I don't know, right there. That'll be good. And then once that dissolves while it's heating up, then you just pour the green beans in there. And it's good to go. That'll be the spoon for that. Potatoes. That. Trash. I didn't have to use the other can. I thought I was going to be making more. I will not wash the dishes in front of you. I'm sure you don't care about that. And now I'm going to turn off the camera because you've seen it all. Now I can see what y'all are saying. I see a lot of laughing faces. It doesn't look like tacos to me. Sorry, Huckleberry. White vinegar and bacon. Yes, and that's sometimes we'll do not vinegar, bacon drippings. Well, bacon drippings, bacon, onions. Okay, so while that's cooking, I can go in here and plug in and talk to you. Do what, baby?
I'm going to go home and take my medicine.
All right. Love you.
I love you too.
Oh, I gotta show them the pumpkins, though.
What the heck?
Yes, I gotta show y'all's artwork. I gotta.
It's a mess over here, and half the line's not done, so you can't show that side.
So, let me see what happens. Yuck. Okay, there we go. I gotta show y'all these pumpkins they've been painting. This is the artist, of course. See that? And then she's got a face over here. You get the camera right.
That's the
There
one
you go.
Atheist started.
Oh.
And then she decided.
Okay, my granddaughter started this, and then my daughter took over. So there's one of them.
The red on there is wet. Be careful. Not on the stem, but that's the red. You know.
This is the one my granddaughter's been doing. Can you see it? Her pink person, or goblin. I don't know. The paint's still kind of wet.
Yeah.
Blue, red, and the red's not dry. Is yours dry?
No, most of it's wet. Not the bottom part of the green.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, the top part of the green is wet, not the bottom. It shouldn't be.
And this is my other daughters. Y'all know who that is.
Showing my age.
And I don't know what this is on the back.
It's not finished yet.
Okay. Ninja Turtle.
It's still
Painting
coming.
pumpkins. Here you go. Oh, well, I just did a domino. Okay, now I gotta wash my hands. I got stain all
I
over.
want to find something else to paint with this deep red. It's really so pretty.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Stop that. Turn the camera off. I need a cigarette.
Are you still on there?
Yes, I'm still on here. Wait, I need a bottle of water.
I'm not sure that there's hot water for you.
I done finished my glass of water. Oh no, it's got a little. I will. All right, going in here. I can talk to y'all. And share the link and no, don't do that. Oh my goodness. What do you do when these things pops up? There it goes. Okay, it's out of the way. All right, who else here? Goodness. Elaine. Oh, ribs and macaroni salad with garlic buns. That sounds good. Cheryl Kissall. Tomcats World. Good to see you. It's been a long time. Ronan. When do you put the porcupine in? John Dunning. Chris. Donna. Oh my goodness, all of y'all have seen this. Stands alone. Good to see you. Virginia. Oh my gosh. Hey, Virginia. Donna. Indy. Oh my god. All of y'all saw this. No. Did painting pumpkins replace carving them? Maybe. For some reason, they got the little white ones. And you can paint. I need a chef's hat. No. Yeah, and I had my clip in there to put my hair back, but I don't think I got close enough to it. Thank you. Yeah, the girls have been working on those. My granddaughter left earlier, and they started last night, and they've been having fun with the pumpkins. And if you mess up, that's one good thing about painting the pumpkins. If you mess up, you just paint over it with a different color. I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to come up and chat. while that's all cooking. So how are y'all all doing? Nobody's talking to me. Can y'all hear me? I know y'all can hear me because I saw the balls and comments. Okay, thank you, Virginia. So what kind of crazy is going on in the world? I have been so busy. I just I haven't seen anything. I saw a couple of things that I saved. Um, there was one that I want to read y'all. Just the wording of it, and it's just what we thought. Like um, tens of thousands of Californians are moving or have moved. I guess y'all are tracking the hurricane. Um, 20,000 people are missing in Baja California. 1,100 prisoners freed to make room for more prisoners. That's kind of concerning, but they're doing with lesser crimes, so I guess that's okay. Hey, Ronan.
Hey, Bonnie. How's it going?
Pretty good. I'm all a nervous wreck, embarrassed.
Oh,
Yeah,
why?
because I don't like to be on camera.
That's all right. I think it was awesome. I'm a little hungry now, even though I already had dinner.
That's good. Well, we're always talking about food, and cannot find the one with the, but I think it was the prisoners one. Let
I
me
think
look.
it's Well, you find that. I have a question for you. Is this like one of your family secret recipes that's been like passed down from generation to generation?
Yes, and I just shared it with the world. Yep.
Thank you. I think that's how we should be. If you know how to make good food, people are gonna like you. It's just that simple. Everybody eats, right?
Right? Yeah. Okay. The battle with jail overcrowding. Um, First round of releases in mid-September saw 1,700 inmates set free early, helped the prison population fall, but numbers have since risen again to 87,028. Isn't that crazy?
That's how many people they let out of jail,
Yet,
or what's?
no,
Oh,
that's how many are in jail in all. And so they're overcrowded. And um, so they're letting people with lesser crimes go so they can make room for the real criminals, which is never ending. We know this.
yeah. Well, and a lot of times that's just what they tell us. They let out whoever they want. It's probably a politically charged decision, not necessarily based off a
True.
crime, but who knows?
And they, uh, Look how much money it's costing us. Okay,
To let them out of jail, it's costing us money. I thought that would be cheaper.
no, but I mean, putting them in jail, the the overcrowding of jails. So why aren't they building more jails? Hey, Matt, good to
No, I
see
don't
you.
like the sound of that idea. I think we know that the justice system around here ain't quite just. So them
Yes,
letting people out of jail, I mean, if it is like low level, what is that? Parking tickets, speeding tickets, DUIs, maybe nonviolent crimes. I don't know, child support. Like, what does that mean? We don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe that information's out there somewhere.
well,
But
and I was getting to that. So the early release scheme does not apply to some inmates, including those convicted of sexual, domestic abuse, or terrorism offenses, or violent offenders serving sentences of more than 4 years.
yeah, that's good. We want to keep them in there. We don't want them out. Keep them
Right?
in there.
There were 37 released in error after their sentences had not been correctly logged, but they are back in custody. Can't stop in the Huckleberry. Oh my goodness. Um, Effective. I was. Where is the wording of that? Here it is. The move is intended to ease the backlog of the Crown courts and reduce the number of remand prisoners waiting to receive sentences. But the Justice Secretary acknowledged this would initially see a slight increase in the overall prison population. But the Criminal Bar Association warned that extending magistrates' powers was a short-term and long-term backfire, as it could sharply increase the overall prison population within a matter of months. The Crown Courts.
What's that? What crown?
I guess because the bar is under the crown, right?
Well, now, is this the Federal Bureau of Prisons reporting this? Or like,
Yes.
so that's, yeah, that's who you're sentenced to. So when you're sentenced in court, you're sentenced to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and then you're in that system.
Yep. And I can't figure out how we would rebuild the justice system without being under the crown.
What?
I have heard of tort attorneys and um, you don't think we should rebuild the justice system? It's obviously not working, right?
I must have misunderstood something because I thought you alluded to not being able to rebuild the justice system without the crown.
No, no, no. How do we rebuild it where it's
Oh,
not under the crown? So that would be the common law courts.
yeah. I think you probably would call them like constitutional common law type courts. A tort attorney, that's just like your personal injury, right? Like a tort in the eyes of the law, it's like causing loss, injury, or harm to somebody, right?
Um,
So a
okay.
tort, like a car accident, right? It's the ambulance chasers, if you will, right? Oh, you see them on TV. Have you been hurt in a car crash? Whether you're at fault or not at fault, give us a call. That's what those guys do.
Okay. That's
So, I
probably
mean,
what the one is that's working on my mom's accident.
right. Yeah, that would make sense. But to rebuild this system, I think it's not necessarily something we have to do. We just have to trim the fat, basically just cut any association, I would say, to the crown off. Like the whole bar British accredited registry concept needs to go away. It could be an American accredited registry recorded somewhere here on our land where we can hold them accountable in that sense. And I think, these kinds of things will be changing in time.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that a lot of things are moving towards, hopefully, going back as it should be. I don't know. But then you think of all the people that were falsely accused, like, oh, it's October. The first thing that comes to mind is witches. If they died, they were innocent. Well, they're
Sure.
dead. So what difference did it make?
Well, yeah, that's just the thing. I think, we all can recognize that in today's justice system, you're guilty until proven innocent. And it's just simply going back to you're innocent until proven guilty. Like, you can accuse me of something, but if you can't prove it, go away. Like, there's nothing
Yes.
there. Sorry. In
Want to see
today's
the
world, when the cops are called and they show, oh, sorry, are you talking?
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Oh,
Talking over you.
I didn't know.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I was talking over you. Go ahead. You're on a
Oh.
roll.
I was just going to say, like, in today's day and age, when the police are called to a situation, they're going to write a ticket. If it's an accusation, domestic abuse, regardless of what it is, someone's getting arrested, right? And then you have to go prove your innocence. I think maybe getting away from that, and maybe, domestic abuse is a bad example, but choose one. Pick one where you call a cop to help you out, and I guarantee you they'll find a reason to write someone a ticket. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
And you have to go fight for your innocence. You have to go basically to war off an accusation, where in normal world, I would say if you have you accuse me of something, that's just words. Where's your proof? And if you don't have any proof, go away. That's not enough to arrest someone in the moment or whatever it is.
Hey, Garrett. Garrett, we lost bad. Them bulldogs beat the tar out of our longhorns. Anyway, so, okay, domestic abuse. I have seen where, and I think that's the worst one that police hate going to is domestic abuse, because 9 times out of 10, whoever was abused is not going to press charges. But at the same time, when they get there, it's whoever has a sign of abuse on them, like a mark or whatever. And I have known of people to mark themselves up just to make it look like they were the injured party. So it's a real hard call, I would say, on the police whenever they're to know who's abusing you here.
Well, we've become too accustomed to having a third party settle our disputes, regardless of you choose whether it's the playground as children, we had the teachers and stuff intervene, whether it's adults now, we have the courts intervene. I mean, you have a situation where a husband and a wife have a disagreement, an argument, or whatever it is, and then they can't resolve it, so they involve a third party. They call the police. Granted, there are situations where that is necessary abuse and whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think, for example, neighbors calling on neighbors, it's too loud. They would rather call the cops and have the cops go over there and deal with them than them themselves asking for them to turn the music down or just deal with it. You know what I mean? Just shut up and deal with it. They're having a good time. They're living life. So what,
Yeah. I knew a couple that would beat each other up all the time, and they were together till one of them passed away. It was it was just a way of life for them. Like, hey, Pebbles. So I don't know. There's some strange people out there. Blue, good to see you.
Yeah, and could you imagine like if that's just how they are, let's just say, and then the neighbor hears them arguing and they say, oh, they call the cops and say, oh, I hear them fighting over there, right? Like we don't need to be
Yes,
narcs, be
yes.
snitches.
I remember one night we were all in a parking lot, and it was after the dance, and it was a 24-hour convenience store. And so we're all just standing there talking, and one of the police officers, he came over there and was talking to us. Back then, they were pretty cool. And so this guy, he comes walking around the corner of the convenience store, and the officer's sitting there. Don't come over here. Please don't come over here. Don't come over here. Because if he came over there, he was going to have to arrest him. And if he knew if it, he would rather just give him a ride home. And he was probably coming to ask for a ride home. But the problem is, once he got home, he would beat up his parents. And so he was like really not wanting him to come over there. And I'm not going to burn the balls.
You got a timer on them?
Just no. I'll know.
When the smoke starts billowing out of the oven, they're done.
Actually, about halfway through, if they get too much clear liquid in them, then I have to drain that off. And I'm not doing that on camera because like I'll burn myself. But it's just sometimes some of that needs to be drained off. It depends on how lean the meat is.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you ever cook them on you ever put like a little rack inside the pan and then put the balls on that?
No, I haven't, because the idea is to get kind of like a gravy going there with the milk and the, if possible. But sometimes
Oh,
there's
and like the mushroom.
much grease. Yes, and yes, the cream mushroom soup, you'll see at the end when they're done that it bakes, but it also kind of runs down the sides. And um, I did give the recipe to one of my friends, and she changed it up a little. She mixed the milk and cream mushroom soup in the bottom, and then put the balls in. And she said it was really good. It then it's there, but um,
Yeah,
I
you want
don't
to
know.
make sure your balls are moist. You don't want tough balls, tough porcupine balls, right?
Yeah, I should have known balls that this would turn into. Oh
I'm.
my goodness.
Why are they called porcupine balls though? That's the part that blows my mind. Where does the porcupine come in?
I think it's because the hamburger with the rice in it, and it just, you know, I have no idea. I don't know. And that's what my daughter was saying. She said, maybe we need to make up another name for these. And I said, probably, but what? I mean, I don't know what you would call it.
Well, I'm sure that meat's gonna be pretty tender, so you can call them like tender balls.
It is tender. Oh,
And they're creamy too. So it'd be like tender,
mhm.
creamy balls with the cream of mushroom on top.
Yes. Chat's going.
That's right, Virginia. Moist sauce makes everything good. We're a saucy society. I don't know if you know that. We love our sauces.
Yes. And that's South. It's all about the great meat.
Oh yeah, if you don't have good gravy, you don't got nothing. Do you put flour in the gravy?
Hey, Matt. I don't know if I said hello to you. No. No flour. You're all going to hell.
We're talking cooking. We're cooking it up over here. Well, Bonnie's cooking it up. It smells good though, Bonnie. In my
Thank
mind,
you.
you know what I mean? Like all the ingredients.
It does. Yeah, because that garlic and onions really, that's my daughter walked in. Because I tried to prep as much as I could so it would be quick putting it together. Turn the camera off. And she came in and she said, "Why does it smell like onions?" And because I'm going to be cooking. And I cut up onion. And it was
What
a
kind of
small
onion?
white. Whenever I'm cooking things like that, I only use white onions. I don't want it to have a sweet taste from the yellow onion. Um, I can't even think. I guess when I make homemade spaghetti sauce, I'll use yellow onions in that. Because the acid from the tomatoes, it kind of counters that. But the mostly I use white onions, and white onions are better raw, as well as red onions are better raw.
I agree. I like red onions in like a salad or like raw,
Hmm.
like you're saying.
Yeah, on a
But I agree
sandwich.
with yeah, like on a sandwich, that's always good.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, white onions are the most potent. That's what I usually cook with too. Get the eyes all teary, cleans out your sinuses.
Yep. And actually, it didn't do that to me today, um, thankfully. But yeah, sometimes you'll get a really hot one, I guess, is what it is.
If you like the homegrown ones, those are the most powerful. Like the ones you get out of your garden when you cut those. I can't. Like the whole
Yes.
house, like everything's watering. My dog leaves the room. He's like, "You're an idiot. What are you doing eating that poison?"
Good to see you. What did Virginia say? Love red or white onion, but not sweets. Yeah,
I like the Vandalia. Yeah. What about the rice? What kind of rice did you use?
just plain white rice. You can
Like
use
long
brown
grain?
rice. You can use, yeah. Um,
Not instant though, not like the Uncle Ben's.
no, I I don't use instant rice for anything. Actually, though, um, I mean, minute rice might work pretty good in there because it would cook
Well, you might
quicker.
not get the porcupine effect though. I think that's where the name comes. You know, like you said, you got the rice in there, the little pokey.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be porcupine balls anymore.
Why are you trying to send Eric away, Kizla? Oh, what did Blue do that she just had to run? I don't know. I must have missed something. If they get too sweet, they taste like a gym sock after it's fermented and sticks to the floor. Oh, oh, that reminds me. Thank you. I need to go clean up that spilled milk. Well, the dog probably did, but
Yeah, you don't want to slip on that. Are you going to check the balls? Make sure they're not overdone.
yes,
I
I'm gonna
guess it's
check.
only been about 45 minutes, huh? If we started at 9.
And the green bean juice is probably ready to put the green beans in.
So you have a side of green beans and a side of what kind of potatoes did you say you're making?
Red potatoes.
Mashed? Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah. You got the gravy.
Thank you for walking away. Do not walk away from your kitchen when you're cooking.
That's it. Kind of like the meat recipe part of it almost sounds like stuffed peppers almost, but without the it being in a pepper.
See, in our stuffed peppers, we use tomato,
Oh
and
yeah. Yeah, there is tomato.
yeah.
How's everything looking? You got to give us an update through the oven window. You gotta see everything all in there sizzling, making everyone hungry.
Oh my goodness, it smells. Okay, so you. We're going to talk in about this. Oh my goodness, back on camera. You know, I
Don't
hate
worry about it, Bonnie. No one even sees you. We want to see the food.
no one
So,
even sees me.
no, don't even sweat it.
So, see, you can see how they're getting, see all the juices. So because that looks thick and yummy, I'm not going to drain any off. I'm going to go ahead and let it keep cooking. It smells so good. Put back in. The potatoes are probably, where's my fork? Oh, my fork. You wouldn't believe the things I have in my kitchen. Oh my goodness. Fork. Oh yeah, potatoes are perfect. They're good and done. And that's not too hot. I don't believe in strainers. Kids get so mad at me because I don't use a strainer. It's just, I guess when you've been doing it forever, it just works. But okay, I went one.
5-second rule, Bonnie. Don't even think about it. Pop that puppy right back in the dish. It's still hot. It'll kill off anything that's.
Good. And then that, I'll put a little stick of butter in it.
Hey, wildlife. Hey, oops. Bonnie's cooking porcupine balls. You guys are just in time. They're almost done.
Thank you for saying hi to them. Can y'all see the stove? You can see the stove. I can't see what y'all can see.
We can see the stove and your the countertop from the sink to the end of the stove, basically. What's that you're opening up?
Butter. This is
Oh, butter. Yeah, you got to have that in the mashed potatoes.
yes, real butter.
How much you putting in there? That's half a stick.
Half a stick. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I made a mistake and grabbed the half sticks when I went to get groceries. But it works out good because when I cook my steak, I use half a stick anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if there's such thing as too much butter, but
No.
you know, and especially mashed potatoes.
More pepper.
A little salt in the spuds.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I'm not gonna mash those. And the porcupine balls will be done pretty quick.
And then we have vanilla wafers for dessert. I'm guessing.
Always, always. I've been baking. I don't know if y'all can see this over here, but I've got the flour and sugar and brown sugar and everything's in my little pile right there to yep. Water. With the glass.
Oh, that's a big glass of vodka, Bonnie.
My daughter came in and she said, "What are you drinking?" And I said, "I'm a nervous wreck. Don't even ask. Just leave me alone." Okay. Quit dropping things. Turn off the camera. There.
So you would say that would feed about 6 people. There's 6 balls there. I guess 1 ball per person, or if you're hungry, you might have a couple. How does that work?
Yes. It's yeah, and that so usually when I make it I used to be whenever you bought hamburger meat, it would come in like a pound. It was usually over a pound. And so I would use 2 of those, and then I would have to use the 9x13 and the little dish because 6 kids, you make a lot of food. And but those were one package was less than a pound. They don't even put a full pound in there anymore.
Yeah. I don't know, Virginia. Those are some pretty big balls. I don't know if you could handle 2 of those.
Yeah, I bet you couldn't. I don't know. It because um I don't know why. They're pretty filling. And then with the potatoes and green beans and
Oh yeah, that's a hearty meal for sure. Heavy. It's good though, especially if I believe you said the person that's receiving the meal is not doing too hot.
yes. He's got a broken shoulder, a broken arm, and um, something else is broken. Maybe I think it's his leg, and he's got some lacerations, face and body, and he's in pretty bad shape. And but he is home, and so people have been getting him takeout food, and they're like, "We can't afford to keep doing this." And I was like, "Well, I opened my mouth and said I would cook a meal, so I'll cook this, and then he'll have some home cooked food to eat."
Yeah, home cooked is always better than anything you could ever get at any restaurant, if you ask me.
Right. And if his jaw is sore or anything, this will be easy to eat also. It'll, because of the tenderness of the meat.
The moistness of the balls.
I didn't want to say that, but yes. And the potatoes, they're easy to eat. The green beans, it's all like it'll be easy for him to eat it. Yeah.
Well, I know he'll appreciate it. I've been injured and received things like that, and it goes a long way.
Hey, rescue.
Hey, rescue.
Let me check these. See what we got here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want them too firm.
No. And so, oh my goodness. And I don't know if I'm going to cook them all the way through because of the reheating. Didn't think about that.
If you want, like, I'll give you the perspective of like a single dude that like got these kinds of dishes. Like when I mean, it goes straight in the net microwave. You know, when I had a microwave back when this was a thing. I'm sure he does. Most normal people have microwaves. I'm abnormal, therefore no microwave. Nevertheless, it just goes straight in the microwave. You know, I don't have to worry about cooking it, setting the oven, none of that.
I'm going to put one on a plate so y'all can see. Oh, goodness. Look at that gravy out there. How to get it. Okay.
You got to turn the camera on.
There's what line.
Oh, hey, what?
Okay. So, can't see where I'm at. This is one of the balls, what they would look like when it's done. And then, I don't know if you can see the gravy and yeah.
Yeah, and the mushrooms on there. It looks really good. Definitely moist.
See the way they got darkened and yeah, it's
Yep.
really.
It's done right. It looks like you don't have that. Like I would probably burn it so that you have like a hard crust on the outside.
And yes, if I cooked it all the way, around the edge of the glass dish would be crunchy, sort of. And then that's how I know, okay, they're good and done through. And so
You must be cooking up some of that Texas Longhorn meat.
we
I
got
heard it's a lot of it to be ate up in Texas right now.
served, didn't we? Boy, Georgia didn't give us any slack.
Everybody counted us out. They say we want Georgia. They even shot the jersey out of the cannon. I said, okay,
Well, that's typical.
that's okay. We put it on them. It was a good one though. Heck, I was happy seeing Alabama lose. Heck, Georgia winning, that was just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I would say it was a good game, but no, it was a stomp. I just couldn't believe the sacks and interceptions, and I was just like,
Oh yeah, shoot.
oh.
Our quarterback had 3 interceptions himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a turnover fiasco there for a minute, both ways. Shoot. Yeah. And weekend after next, Georgia's got to go to Florida and play Florida. I'm thinking about going to that game. That's going to be a good one.
So where do they play in Florida? Tampa?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. They call it the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, whatever that means.
I know what it means.
Oh yeah. It's going to be a lot of intoxicated college kids, that's for sure.
Yes. What is it? Tailgate party. That's what
Oh
it
yeah, tailgate, yeah. Yeah. No matter who you root for, tailgates are undefeated.
is.
Yeah, I'm not a big sports guy, but I could get behind a good tailgate.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big deal in Wisconsin. The Brew Crew, like we would have tickets to go to the game. We'd end up sitting in the parking lot drinking beer, playing cornhole, and grilling and all that stuff, and miss the game. Listen to it on the radio.
Yes. That was where the fun was
Yeah,
in the parking lot.
it's more fun listening to Bob Uecker call the game than actually like having nosebleed seats. You barely see anything.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, y'all are. What's it like up there, Ronan? Cold?
No, today was nice. It was cold a couple of days ago. It was, I think it got down to like 30 something, 34, just above freezing basically.
Yeah.
But it warmed up the last couple of days. It was sunny and nice. It's 75, I think, today. It's definitely been some goofy weather, though.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
back to normal here. We're back down into the 80s. So I think we got
Same
up to
here.
83 here today.
Yeah. I was looking at Saturday's forecast because that's when we're going to San Antonio for my father's celebration of life. And it's going to be 90, I think, because I was trying to figure out what I'm going to wear.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a dress.
I think it's supposed to be 87 here that day.
Yeah.
Definitely going to
Yeah, we're not
utilize
that
that.
lucky.
Yeah, and I've been kind of checking the weather because I think we're going to head out Tuesday. And so just want to make sure. I've seen a couple of storms brewing. One, I think, hit Mexico. Did it land in Mexico?
I think so, yeah, on the east coast of Mexico.
Yeah, and the other one, they don't think it's going to get very strong, but Cuba's going to get hit pretty good. So isn't Cuba right underneath Florida?
That's
Did
not
the
far.
research, but the other day they had a blackout, an island-wide blackout. Did y'all hear about that?
Yes, yes, and that's what they were saying. Cuba is really having some big problems right now because of the power outage that they've been having, and then they're they're not expecting it to get any better with this storm coming up on them, and um, they're having a huge shortage of food and water, and I don't know how we could get that to them, um, because I know a lot of people are still donating, and the last update I saw at North Carolina, they were saying that they had plenty. They from all the donations and everything. So
I hope so. I hope the money went where it was supposed to go.
yes. Oh, it's only 20 miles out from Florida. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me, that it could go straight up to the Keys. If
Yeah, a lot of their infrastructure is it's like a time capsule, even like a lot of their cars and stuff, you know. It's just like a one big time capsule.
yes, that's what my daughter said about Port Lavaca, not Port Lavaca, Puerto Rico. Also, that it was like that there whenever she went,
Oh yeah.
and they would get a driver because they didn't have a vehicle, and I don't, I don't know if they rented one or not, but she said that there's vehicles lined up on the streets, and it's just barely enough room for the vehicle to fit through the cars lined up, and they haul, but just like our cab drivers here.
Yeah. We kind of get spoiled with our big what well, I mean, even like our narrow roads, you're thinking, man, this is narrow, but it's a lot bigger yet in some places. Or even like if you watch videos from like England and stuff around the cities there, you don't see a lot of big vehicles. For one, a lot of your roads and stuff is just so narrow. That's why you
Yeah,
see all those little tiny European cars. They have to get through those little narrow streets and stuff like that.
things are a lot worse than what the media is reporting. And well,
Of course, yeah.
even so, the people I've been watching are on the ground. They're um, they're people that are flying in helicopters. They're people that are um, with the what is that one group called? The Is it Samaritan's Purse?
Yeah,
Something.
that's Billy Graham or whatever his son's name, I guess is. I think it's Billy
Yes,
Graham also.
Billy
They're,
Graham. Hey, Rapid. Good to see you. Um, yeah, so they're showing, of course, I haven't looked in a couple of days, but they were getting to the people that are really hard to get to, and with the roads torn up and everything, they were just trying to get to them by helicopter.
It's tough. Yeah, they're having to use helicopters, ATVs, mules. You know,
Virginia's reminding us about the meat. Are the balls still in the oven?
No, I took them out.
Oh, okay.
that was a close one.
Whew, I was worried
Good
there.
reminder. That was the cutoff time. Good reminder.
Yeah, I think the body count is a lot higher. The last I saw was 20,000.
It's impossible to get an accurate number right now. Yeah, but whatever they're telling, it's definitely higher. You know,
Yes,
you're talking about whole communities and stuff in these mountains. You know, just gone.
it's horrible.
And all the mountain people that people forgot about that just lived out there by themselves that the society forgot about. You know.
Yes. Wolverine, it's good to see you. And who else did I just see? Moonchild.
There's a ton of mountain people up there in the Appalachians in North Carolina.
Yeah, and that's why I think we'll never know. I mean,
Oh no.
even from Tennessee,
Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever know. And oh my goodness. And they're still alive. You know, I know this sounds horrible, but I saw this video one time of this man. He was in the desert and it was do or die. And he just kept walking, trying to get to help, trying to find water, anything. And to keep himself alive, he was drinking his own urine. And I know that sounds awful, but could we? I mean,
Yeah, to survive.
If you want to survive, how strong is your will to survive?
exactly.
Take
And
away all the modern day comforts, you know?
yep, somehow he made it to a watering hole. And
Yeah.
that's what I was worried about. But this whole thing was because of that. Drank that Nam. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it kept him alive till he got help.
Oh, yeah.
It was, I don't know. What was that? Airplane. We won't get into the story. Never mind.
Scratch it. Scratch it from the docket.
Yeah. We had a helicopter crash in Houston. I think it was last night.
Really?
We have 4 in there, and one was a child. It was sad. They either got tangled up on a power line or they hit the power pole, and it started a grass fire, but they got it contained. It was sad though. Just
Yeah. Especially, yeah, something could have been prevented, you know?
yeah. Well, and it was dark. Um, I mean, I don't know. I've never been in a helicopter, but I don't think I'd want to be in one in the dark.
No, not unless it was absolutely necessary.
Hmm.
I don't see me doing any top secret missions anytime soon. You know,
And that's um, so because we're close to so many military bases. Um, Light pollution is a thing that we have to think about whenever we're putting up lights, um, especially the floodlights and stuff. They have to be where they're not pointed up at the sky to blind them.
Bonnie, we're in the South. These people have Christmas lights up all year long.
Yes, and
We find any good reason to light something up or shoot a firework, you know?
yes. Well, that's coming up. Um, when I went to town the other day, they were putting up the Christmas lights at the co-op and the courthouse. They're
Yeah,
getting it all
they started
set up.
doing it here the other weekend.
Yeah. And if it's a big display, they're gonna, I mean, you can be 5 miles out and see the glow of the town at Christmas. It's just,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. But,
Yeah.
well, they light ours up the day after Thanksgiving. And look how fast this month went by.
Oh, yeah. It just flew by.
Yep.
It's unreal. It's like we was just celebrating summer. Woohoo!
Yeah, right. Hey, Miss Me.
Yeah, it seems like it flew by for me too. I can't believe we're already here. I've been getting my
People
firewood
shoveling snow
ready.
already.
Yeah, I had a fire already a couple nights ago when it was really cold.
What's wrong with candles? I don't want to know. Never mind. I didn't ask that.
Oh, they're talking about painting his butt orange and sticking a candle in it for Halloween.
Oh, good
It's crazy down here in Chattahoochee. It's wild. These folks are
It's
off the
trending.
hook for sure, dude.
It's real world scenarios, you know?
Yeah.
Anytime Kiss Off and Huck are in a chat together, it can get wild. And it will, all of them. They're, they're the wild bunch.
That's right. Kiss off one fart and poof, up in smoke.
It's like, I don't really support it, but you know it's fall time when it's just everywhere you look. It's, what is it? Pumpkin spice everything.
Yes, and I'm not into that. Are y'all? I mean,
Now,
No.
I seen some pumpkin spice chips. I said, what is
yeah,
going on here? I would never buy these things.
no.
Should have bought it for a souvenir. Probably have a recall on those things.
Hey, Sharon.
Hey,
Pumpkin
sure.
spice is for pumpkin pie or something good,
Yeah.
not every dang thing you go to buy. I can remember seeing the candy bars and they would change them with the seasons, and I was like, why ruin a good thing? They were already
Oh,
good.
they got them. Pumpkin spice Kit Kats, you know?
Ugh.
Yeah, I like the pumpkin pie, like pumpkin bread, stuff like that.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. All day.
that's right, Kiss off. Talk about Moab, right?
Yeah, Taco Bell. They got a pumpkin spice burrito.
Get
Mm-mm.
out of here.
There you
Really?
go. No, but I'm pretty sure they will now that we talk about it. They mentioned it in the algorithms. Get it cooking.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man.
Pumpkin spice chalupa.
Oh, if they offered it, dude, there'd be a line around the building. People just couldn't wait to try it.
all week it'd be on like TikTok and
Yeah,
all
I'm
the
making
social media.
pumpkin bread this year because um, I had a little more than I thought I had of pumpkin, and so I gotta use it up.
Oh yeah.
I think it
Seeds.
was private, Donna, since it was just a whole family. I guess the father knew how to pilot one.
Never grew pumpkins. I need to experiment with that next season.
I'm thinking they're pretty easy. My grandmother, she used to, they would just get gigantic, not as big as those that they have to pull on a trailer or anything, but pretty good sized. And
Just a little space, like watermelons, enough space where they could, vine out.
yes,
I remember growing up, people used to cover them. There was this one guy that grew giant pumpkins, and he built like this, almost looked like a little doghouse over the pumpkin, but it was like out of clear material.
excuse me. Yep.
I haven't grown pumpkins, but I grow a lot of spaghetti squash.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and it's
That and butternut squash, and
yeah.
I think I like all the squashes, even if I haven't tried them yet.
Yeah, but that's we used to grow the spaghetti squash and um, oh my goodness, just everything. Love eggplant, fried eggplant,
Oh
egg
yeah, eggplants. Yeah,
parmesan. Just
well,
yeah,
the weather keep fluctuation. I got some of my eggplants and started back blooming again. You would think it was springtime.
yes, I've got 4 tomatoes on the vine out there. But
Yeah,
what?
a lot of
Like,
yeah. I said, man, a lot of that stuff done started blooming, but I hate it because it ain't gonna stay warm enough consistently. But
Yeah.
yeah,
still kicking.
and
I got
there must be deer coming into my front yard, which I haven't seen. Wish I would, but um, my 2 hibiscus plants just the leaves are just almost all gone. You can tell something just came and chowed down
How high? How up
nine.
is it?
One of them is on a planter bicycle. It's like a 3 wheel.
Okay, so it's not really on the ground then. It's up off the ground.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
about mm, maybe 4 foot high at the most, but probably 3. And then, but the other one is on the ground, and they just went after him. Good night, Donna. Thank you for coming by, hon.
It's definitely not rabbits then.
it's probably deer or squirrel.
Yeah. Some birds go after that type of stuff. Ain't no telling.
I don't know, but this is the first time I've been growing them for 2 years out here, and never anything ate them. And
Maybe a
maybe it's
bug? A type of bug, maybe?
no. This is too just overnight. Just
Okay. I don't know. It's hard to say.
yep. It's got to be deer.
If it's deer, one thing I use in my garden to keep them away is like I'll put my dog's hair in a sock and a couple of socks and tie them up on the posts around the garden, and that smell,
They can smell it, yeah.
yeah, it keeps them away. Human hair, stuff like that works the same way.
That makes sense.
Huh? I never thought about that.
Yeah, their nose is super sensitive.
Yeah, so they end up just kind of like staying away.
Ooh, glad ours ain't that sensitive, man.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Can y'all excuse me for 1 second?
Oh, have two.
Sure.
Take 10. Take as long as you need.
I just punch out before you leave.
Yeah, clock out. Well,
I'll be right back. Y'all
All
try to
right.
be good.
The only thing I really got going on in my garden right now is I got some cabbage in there yet, and I have my celery is still coming in pretty good, so I haven't harvested that, but just picked all the rest of my carrots.
has it started blooming or seeding?
Nope, not yet. I started them a little later than I wanted to, but
Yeah.
I just like celery. I like to dehydrate it and I powder it
Oh,
up
yeah.
and I use it as like seasoning. It just, I don't know, makes stuff taste good, I think.
I need to try to. I've grown a lot of stuff, but I love celery, but I've never grown it myself. I need to try it. Um, need to got a bunch of garlic. I need to get started. Go ahead and get it in some dirt. Some
That's what
other
I
stuff.
need to do. You're right on it, man. Like garlic, and I want to try
Yeah.
some wheat. Got to get that in the ground before
Get it.
winter.
Garlic. It takes. Shit, if you plant it now, shit, you'll be harvested in July.
Yep.
Go ahead and get it in the ground now.
Just don't forget where you put it.
Oh yeah. I keep it marked. I grew a bunch in some 5-gallon buckets for the first time last season, and it turned out pretty good. So I'm gonna take some of the remnants of that, and I'm gonna put them back in the ground. Just let them keep building up that DNA.
Yeah. All my tomatoes, I do basically that. I volunteer. Like this time of year, I just shake the plants. All the actual tomatoes are already over ripened if there's anything on there. I pile them back up underneath the trellis. I have them growing up, and then I'll hoe everything in there. I'll add some manure, and then in the spring I'll thin them out because a bunch of them will come back up. It'll be crazy, but you don't want to have too many because then they don't grow. They grow into each other. They rob from each
Yeah.
other's nutrients and water and stuff. That way I don't have to worry about saving seeds and replanting them and starting them in the house and all that.
Oh yeah. I got a couple pepper plants that still solid plants. I'm thinking about trimming them back, maybe overwintering a couple and experimenting with them. I've never done that. Just see what happens. I might do a jalapeno and maybe a bell pepper or something. Just to see what happens.
Yeah, down by you could probably get away with that. You'll have a giant pepper plant next year. I've seen people doing that.
Yeah.
For me, I think it gets too cold for too long. It's a solid frozen here forever. I'd have to bring the plant in the house. But if you have like a foam insulation thing on top of it, just trim it back like you were saying, that would be freaking awesome. Have like
I think even mine, I probably could leave them out for the most part, but I've got the inside set up now. I'm gonna probably bring them in. Just see how it does. If it goes good, it'll be great. If not, try it again.
yep. And that's just it too. I mean, I think a lot of people are afraid to fail, so they don't even try things. But it's like, to me, it's almost fun, like doing that kind of stuff, bringing them and see if it works. If it works, it's awesome. If it doesn't, oh well, try something different or try it a different way or just scrap it,
You can either venture into the unknown or you can miss 1,000 shots you never take.
Yeah.
You know?
Get busy living or get busy dying.
Yeah. Yeah. One's constant. Ain't no need to dwelling on it. Make the best of it in between the here and the final destination.
Yeah. I mean, it's the closest thing to freedom we're going to experience is being self-sufficient, I think. As far as that goes, I think being able to feed yourself is a huge thing, not having to rely. as
Oh
much. I don't
yeah,
think that you'll ever be able to get away from the grocery store completely. However, the less trips, the better.
yeah, definitely, yeah. That's the way I look at it. The less I gotta buy out of there, the better. Still try to support the little mom and pop shops or the farmers markets or the little nurseries, and but even that's based on where you live. Some people don't have it. You know,
Yeah.
it's hard to go anywhere if all you got's a Walmart. If you got a Walmart,
Oh goodness. So yeah, I've got a lot of rock here too, and I do containers and not knowing if I'm gonna be moving up and moving or what. And containers.
container growing.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's especially if you're limited on space or certain things, it's definitely handy.
yeah. I kind of had a problem with my squash. I did them in the baby pools, and um, there's one left, and it keeps hanging on. But yeah, something got to them too. I need to figure out what to put around them. I've
I
been
think
putting.
with like squash and pumpkins and these vine type ground growing gourds, if you have them like if you have the root system in the swimming pool, for example,
Hmm.
I think, and you might have done this, I don't know, but letting them grow outside of it so that when that vine grows, as it grows, it sticks roots back into the ground as it grows. So, and it looks to do that and keeps growing out further and further and further.
And
So if you,
that's what it's trying to do. The one, it's going over the edge of the pool, like it's trying to get into the ground. And if it can, okay. I mean, I'm watching it just to see what it's going to do because it's not producing any squash right now. And so I just want to see
Does it
what.
have any blooms or no?
No, every time it blooms, something comes and eats them. And so I'm just watching it to see what the natural, um, it, what it does naturally, what it likes, and so I'll know for next year.
You know, if you grow in your own squash and stuff like that, the blooms on them are edible. They're actually really good.
I figured they're edible because every time it gets really good blooms on it, go out there the next morning, they're gone.
Yeah, yeah. You can throw them in a salad, or yeah, you just eat them
Yeah,
right off the plant.
and I have all kinds of critters around here: fox, coons, possum. It could be anything. Deer.
And you can look into different things to keep pests away, like you said, the hair stuff in a sock, or you plant it again. Look maybe into like companion planting or something. I don't know. Maybe put some garlic bulbs or some onions around it or something.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking since I was doing container is maybe putting, because I have a ton of chicken wire, just making like a cage around all the plants. And then that way, too, whenever it starts getting too hot, I'll have a something to help hold that sheet over it. Like Chuck was talking the other night, just watering the sheet. I never thought of doing that. I would just lift it up in water all the time. But
And
um,
do like the Native Americans did for so long, the three sister method. You had the corn, the squash, and the beans.
yes,
You might can't do corn, but You could substitute it some other type of way. You know, they have a way of working.
Methods.
Yeah, I would say um, if you're gonna do like container growing and you
Hmm.
want to do multiple things like that, you have to keep in mind like the root systems and where those are gonna grow. So you're kind
Yeah,
of
the
limiting that
depth.
into a container. But one thing you could do is if you cut the bottom off of that container and you dig like maybe an inch or two deep hole and mess up the dirt a little bit and then set the container there so that as they're growing, those roots will grow past that container and start going into the ground and having some room to grow out of there instead of stifling the plants. You'll get messed up fruit. The leaves won't grow right when you have root bound and stuff like that.
That
So
makes sense. Yeah.
that way, if you cut that bottom out of the container and just let those roots go into the ground, you'll have better luck, especially with multiple things in that
That or
container.
do raised beds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, your depth of your planting container or whatever, no matter what it is, it definitely matters. Like you said, depending on what you're trying to grow, those roots need certain depth. You know, of course, in your ground, you got as far as you can go, but containers, yeah, certain things are limited.
Yeah. And something weird happened the other night. I went out there the next morning and one of my plants were moved back behind another plant and there was an empty gold pot sitting there. And I'm like, is this a sign? Like, did I find the pot of gold? I don't know who did it. I don't know where it came from, but it's definitely not one of my pots. And
It was
I,
just a random pot that just showed up.
yes, and they moved
Hey,
the plant and put it where I have I have stepping stones that I keep the pots on to, like, because of the fire ants, whatever, they seem to not get into my plants if they're up on a stepping stone. And they moved the pot onto the ground and left the gold pot sitting there. And I'm just trying to figure out, okay, who's messing with me? What's going
man,
on here?
nobody ever gives me free pot.
Yeah, man. I'm
Man,
with you on that.
and you got the golden pot, man. I
I
don't
know.
know.
It's
I don't know
like,
what that means.
hmm.
When did this happen?
It was night before last.
What did you do with the pot? Just left it there?
No, I put it with my other pots. I have so many pots, y'all wouldn't believe.
Gotcha.
And then I put my plant back up on the stepping stone. I was like, we'll see what I'm watching that too. And that's my little granddaughter. She said, I told you we need cameras. And I said, you're right. That's my next purchase is going to be cameras. I want to see what's going on out there.
Should
See
put
what
it back out there. Maybe it'll get filled up with gold.
kind okay, that's a good idea. I'll put it like right in the middle of where everybody can see it.
Yeah, it's just it's cool if this pot filleth over, runneth over. You know, fill us die up.
Paint on it. Drop your gold here.
You wake up and it's just a bunch of garden gnomes out there.
That's okay. I like those too. Unless they're coming to life at night. No.
Hey, what's happening in Texas? What's going on over there?
Oh no. It's some Georgia people that showed up. A cougar. No.
Yeah, Christmas in the South, but man, y'all having St. Patty's Day in the fall. I have a Christmas in July, but Me too, St. Patty's Days.
Yeah, I remember my grandmother using 7 Dust on everything. And I guess that, I'm probably saying it wrong, Demetrius, or
Oh yeah, diatomaceous.
that's
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use that stuff. It's pretty good. I have good luck with it. So far, that's better than anything else I've tried out here. I've tried neem oil, tried a bunch of other stuff that's just crap. But for whatever reason, that diatomaceous earth keeps my eggplants, the cabbage, all that stuff, keeps them good.
Yeah.
Bugs don't mess with them.
And that's, so I keep saying I'm not going to put any more apps on my phone because I don't know. I have a funny feeling about the apps, but that plant identifier and it diagnoses and all that. And it says that it'll tell you if it needs coffee or eggshells or bananas or whatever. And, but it's not telling me that. It gives me more common.
The best thing you can do with that, if you got all your coffees, eggshells, all that stuff you're collecting, is get you a compost bin or a
Mhm.
compost and just keep adding to it, let that stuff break down, because eggshells, they have a lot of good properties, but it takes time for, stuff like that to break down.
Yeah.
You put it in your compost and just let it keep working and working, and you add it into your soil, you know.
Uh, well, I have a stone grinder, and
There you
so
go.
I just put them in a metal bowl and sit there and ground them up. They're not quite powder, but they're still
Yeah,
small.
fine as you can get them, yeah.
Yeah. And whoever said that about Georgia under 75 is winter, same.
Yeah, how long is your growing season out there, Bonnie? If you have squash still growing,
It
uh,
depends on the year. I mean, we have had our first freeze not until January before, or
oh,
in like last winter, I think we had 3 freezes the whole winter and just last a couple of days and gone.
Yeah, that's about the most we'll see. Um, we would have
Yeah.
got
yeah,
some more rain. I could have had several sessions on a couple things, but the rain limited a lot this year. The only time we got rain here was when we got a hurricane.
Oh, bake your eggshells and banana peels before you use them in the garden.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Excuse me.
Yeah, all that type of stuff, all your eggshells, coffee grounds, tea grounds,
Mm-hmm.
stuff you've already paid for. You might as well get more bang for your buck, especially now.
Yes. And that's what um, a, a big container of decaffeinated coffee showed up from somewhere. And um, I don't know how old it is or anything. And so I've just been cooking it to put in the garden, just
Yeah,
in my plants. I have, goodness, my stepmother sent me a plant after my father passed, and it has like a palm tree in the middle, and then it had 3 smaller plants around it. So they're in too small of a pot. So I put each one of those into a separate pot, the 3 smaller ones. So I have my, and then my mother's ivy that I'd bought her, she had it for like 10 years. And so I brought that home because I knew nobody else would take care of it. And I've been rooting it, like some of the shoots that were just too long. cutting those off and starts from it for the kids so that they'll each have a start of it. So I have a bunch of plants in the house too. Like,
Yeah, house plants. Yeah, yeah, I
yes,
love them. That's good. They're good to have. It's like nature's air filters, you know.
yes. And the biggest window that I could put them in front of is living room windows. So trying to figure out where I'm gonna put my Christmas tree now. It probably won't be in front of the window.
It's like I was clearing some debris and stuff from the garden, and I went and checked on my strawberry plants. And heck, probably a couple of days, I'll probably have enough to pick for a batch.
Wow.
But I got the ever-bearing variety, so as long as there's an environment where they can grow, I mean, they'll produce berries. The plants are still good, they
Yeah.
can survive.
Yeah, rabbit. When my grandmother had a compost, we'd put leftovers, we'd put everything in there. And the vegetables that grew in the compost were amazing.
And if you make your own chicken broth, save the bones, bake the bones, and if you got some type of way to grind them up, you can make your own bone meal. That's one less thing you got to buy. Especially
What,
if you're canning and doing a lot of this stuff, people have a lot of extra bones. Use them up. Chicken bones are real good for it.
what do you do with bone meal?
That's just the additive that you can just add to your soil.
Oh, okay.
You could do it, like I said, just have you a good enough compost and just keep dumping that type of stuff, all your scraps, your eggshells, coffees in it, just let it keep blending up, percolating all off season or whenever you grow. Come springtime, you mix that in with just your regular soil. And it's
Yeah.
all those little natural microbes. Or you can do you a good cover now and cover it up and let it brew all fall. And then you have something real good come spring.
Yes. And that's what I was thinking about doing. So you use just regular dirt in the compost. Do you put dirt?
No, it's just you can do anything. It just depends on how big you
All
want it to
your
be.
ways.
You could put leaf. Now it's fall. You got leaves. All that can be added to your compost. Not maybe much grass clippings anymore, but yeah, leaves, stuff like that. You don't really want to add dirt. Compost is just something that you add to your soil. It's in like an additive.
Okay.
But anything like we mentioned, vegetable peels, coffee grounds, eggshells, banana peels, all that type of stuff.
Because our soil is like clay.
Yeah.
And if you mix all that in there with it,
Oh yeah, it definitely helps out.
irrigated. Am I saying
Yeah. Well, if it's clay, you probably want to add some sand to it too.
I was thinking about that. I noticed that Tractor Supply sells bags of sand. And I know with my pineapples, if I put sand with the dirt, they do really well. They
I want to
just look
experiment with
like
that.
they're going to produce, but haven't had one produce yet. It fooled me. An acorn got down in the middle of it, and it was yellow. And
Oh man,
I thought I had a pineapple growing, and got all excited, and it was a stupid acorn.
how long has it been growing?
I think this is the second year that they've been, or it could be the third.
Need to
And
do an experiment and see if I can get some going. Seen the
yeah,
whole method with taking the top and trimming the top back, and getting it all started and everything.
yeah.
I think I
just
could do it.
I really like the way the plants look, even if they don't produce. I just anything that looks tropical. I like having those around.
Yeah.
Wood chips will help your soil too, Bonnie. If it's clay, you break
Oh,
it up and you add some kind of wood chips, leaves, something like that. It also will help like hold moisture, doesn't let the dirt get as compact.
yeah.
Like serpents and stuff like that. But just be careful with your wood chips or like fresh wood chips. If you're adding it to soil and you want to grow something right away, it's it takes a lot of energy for like wood chips or like wood to break down. So it's going to take some of your good bit of your nitrogen out of your soil when
Oh,
you first do that. You know, the wood chips I mean, they help. You know, add some in. You get some old seasoned ones. You know, those would be better. Your new fresh ones, like especially now after this storm came through, there's just how I mean, you could get much free wood chips as you can handle. I'm gonna get a bunch and just I don't know, let it sit for about a decade and just rot on down. About a decade, that'll be some good stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, if you got that much too, you could just put a big pile in the middle of your garden, set it on fire, let it burn down, and then um, spread the ash around.
Oh yeah, char, yeah,
I remember you doing that, Roman.
Yeah.
yeah.
Good idea.
That's good. Yeah, anytime you burn, as long as it's natural, you don't want to put nothing treated in your garden. But anything naturally you cut or trim, if you burn it, yeah, you can put it in your garden.
Yeah.
Add it in your compost if you get enough of it, and just let that keep building up with the other stuff you're adding in it.
I've got huge wood piles and tons of wood, and it's all oak.
Oh yeah, that ain't but yeah, all that ash is good stuff.
Hmm.
You was
Yeah.
there, will burn it. Yeah,
Yeah, it's definitely seasoned. It's been sitting for years.
You could
looking
do
at
that. There's like Hugo culture where you basically bury the logs.
yeah,
Like you'd have a raised bed, and in the bottom of that raised bed, you'd have all those big logs down there. Then you put the dirt on top and grow. And then
yeah.
the logs decompose, release nitrogen. They hold moisture also, so it stays a little more wet.
Oh,
I've done that in some raised beds. Yeah,
look at y'all with all this knowledge.
and if you got, especially if you got good, you can get some worms going in your area, or get you like a worm bed or something like that. You know, all they're
Hmm.
gonna do is just eat through all that stuff and aerate the soil.
But isn't that the goal is to get the, what are they called, mealworms?
Those you feed to chickens. You
Yeah,
want like
that's like
earthworms and
yeah,
that kind of stuff. Night
Okay.
crawlers, the big pink ones that grow on the ground, the red ones, those kinds
oh yeah.
um,
It's like heck, they even
worms.
sell the stuff in the store, worm castings. You know,
Yeah.
you can add that to your soil. That's a good additive. But if you got, your own worms and stuff like that, I mean, you can get it yourself. It's like this one spot out here where they're everywhere, but especially by the big oak tree out here, man, you can go as wide as that oak tree is and dig down, and it's just nothing but worms, just handfuls of them.
Um, hmm,
I don't know if it's just maybe that tree or maybe that's just I don't know, but they just love it over there.
I probably got those too. I walked into a fire ant bed, so I
Hmm.
had one bottle of ginger ale left and poured it all over that area, and hopefully that'll take care of it.
I'd pour gas on those puppies. Forget about it.
You
Ginger
know,
ale's for me. I gas them. I'd probably light it on fire too after a while, just 'cause. They're fire ants. They gotta like fire, right?
right? But Ginger ale has always worked. Anytime I see a mound, I pour it in it and they're gone. And it's cheaper than gasoline.
Yeah, but does it kill them?
I don't know what it does. They're gone. They just
Shoot. They
gone.
show up around me. I declare full on war. I go biological. Doesn't matter. It's on.
Yeah.
What's
No, I
that?
put ginger ale in the ant beds, Indy. Not for the bites.
Man, I know it was about 2 weeks straight after Helena came through. Man, they brought up all those Okefenokee swamp mosquitoes. Man, those
Yeah.
things are something else. I thought we had the big bad mosquitoes. No, them South Georgia mosquitoes are a lot worse. They take down gators.
We got some kind of a wasp that supposedly can kill a cow. And my son-in-law found one. They make little burrow holes in the ground. And
Oh, man.
one out in my driveway. And I was like, what is that? And then they started telling me, and I said, no way.
Did he get it?
The pain is so excruciating from one of those, is supposedly why it kills a cow. I don't know.
Oh, if he could take down a cow, yeah, man,
Yeah. Yeah.
1,000+ pound animal.
But just knowing there's one, that means there's more. I mean, when I'm walking through my yard, I'm looking down at everything. Snakes. There's leaves all over. Those snakes can blend into those leaves and you don't even know it until they move or it's too late.
What about scorpions? Do y'all have scorpions?
Yes, bad scorpions. My daughter moved into my mother's house and they have been seeing scorpions like crazy. And I asked her if she put mothballs under it yet. I took 2 boxes out there for her. Nope. She put them under the new one, but not the one they're in. My son, he lived in a house. He had them so bad, they would be on the ceiling and fall in their bed at night. They were
In
getting
the house? Scorpions inside the house?
yes,
Wow,
yes.
man.
And they at night they came and they said, "Can we please sleep here tonight? We're tired of getting stung." And I'm like, y'all need to do something about that. And of course, you can stay the night.
Man, it just gave me the heebie-jeebies.
We have all the bad things. We have the brown recluse. We have black widows. We have
See, I think y'all have everything we have except y'all don't have gators. We got the gators here.
well, if you go South Texas, we have I
Crocodiles,
guess or crocodile.
alligators.
I haven't seen one up close, but I know they're there. There's this place called Three Rivers that my husband and his family, all the men would go fishing down there. It's really good fishing. And you got to really watch the gators, crocodiles, whatever they are. And then Lake Jackson down by the coast, they've got them pretty bad. Where we used to fish at Matagorda, one came up on the beach there. That made the news.
Okay, y'all got alligator. I didn't know. Stand corrected. Y'all got everything.
Yeah. And so Chuck sent me a video of Cato Lake, and that's right by him. And they were talking about all the people that disappear there and like kind of like it's haunted or something. And I was all, yeah, I was looking at an Airbnb over there, but never mind.
How do you spell that? You say Cato Lake?
I think it's Caddo.
Okay, Cato.
Is that right, Rescue?
I have to look that up. Huh.
Yeah, it's a pretty big lake. I think it's right on the line. So if you go across it, you're in Louisiana, and
Sound like Camp Crystal Lake.
I think that's where my uncle used to take me on the boat, and he'd tell me we're in Louisiana now. And it's, no way.
Huh.
I expected a wall or a line or something.
Yeah. Welcome to Louisiana.
I think that was my first time to ever leave the state.
You mean there wasn't a barrier there? There wasn't a.
No.
Then what is that little line on the map?
You just have to figure it out, I guess. I'm sure they have signs somewhere, but not in the lake, but on the highways.
Like, well, I live right here on the river, so I mean, I could be in Carolina and just not too long. So I have, sometimes I have the GPS maps rolling, and every time you cross over the Savannah River, to say, "Welcome to South Carolina. You've now entered South Carolina." And then when I come back to Georgia, it gives me the same message. "Welcome to Georgia. You've now entered Georgia."
Rabbit, you be careful. Thanks for coming by.
So thank you. I guess without me hearing that, I wouldn't have had acceptance back into the state. I don't know.
Man. Yeah. And it's same with counties around here. They'll have the signs. Now entering.
Oh yeah, y'all have the most now entering county signs in the entire country.
Yes.
Literally. Dang.
Do we have more counties than anybody else?
Oh yeah.
Probably, man. It's a pretty
240.
big state.
Yeah.
Next one behind Texas is Georgia with counties.
That is so crazy. Georgia doesn't look that big to me.
Well, it's just like the number of counties, you know what I mean? It don't necessarily, have to be landmass,
Hmm.
Um,
That's true.
but yeah.
I
forget
wonder
it.
why so many counties, though. It seems like it would thin out the population.
Inevitably, yeah.
Well, I mean, for voting or I don't know.
Well, voting
That's
and
what they would
stuff,
hope.
those
That's what
lines
they would hope.
change. Yeah, they change. They redistrict.
Yeah.
Those are a little different.
Rezoning, redistricting,
Yes,
Oh,
they're
it's
all
already
into
11.
that.
I need to get to bed. I didn't realize it was already 11. Thanks for dinner, Bonnie. It was delicious.
Thank you
I
for
can't
coming.
wait till we do it again sometime.
We'll see.
Juan, it was a pleasure speaking with you. It always is.
Always have to bring some wine next time.
You guys
Really
have a good night.
appreciate you coming up, Ronan. Have a
Thank
good night.
you. Thanks. Bye.
Maybe Georgia calls city blocks counties.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we have like 247 counties, something like that. I don't know. You like Ronan? Yeah, Ronan and Wildlife are pretty good. Smart, courteous. I appreciate y'all.
Texas has 254 and Georgia has 159.
Oh, more than I thought. It's blowing at my phone.
That's what the interwebs has to tell me.
Of course, it's my daughter.
Yeah, I think it's just location and stuff like that. I don't know. Of course, Texas, the volume, and then pretty much any of your states along the East Coast. I mean, it was just the first and early access, so that's what got broke down first.
And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Counties, townships, communities, parishes.
Well, so the county I live in, um, the town that's named after the county, goodness, this was like in the early 1900s, maybe late 1800s. It was a long time ago. They decided that they were going to be the county seat. Excuse me. And it's a big county land wise. And so the town closest to me now is, they said no, it's going to be ours. And there was a big fight at the courthouse in that other town, and somebody was shot even. And so the county seat is at the town closest to me now. They must have really been crazy about that kind of stuff, where the county seat would be.
Oh yeah, it's always been. You figure Texas was pretty much its own country for almost a decade. You know, it was you
Mhm.
know, it was pretty much its own entity in like the mid to early 1800s until it, officially became a state. So what, the Republic of Texas?
Yeah, it was, um, it's just looking at that too with the Texas Constitution, because the first one was written in, seems like 1830 something. And because I was looking for the original Texas Constitution, and because of other countries owning Texas, it I don't know which one to look at.
It
And
was
so I'm,
March the 2nd, 1836. That's when
yeah,
I think they filed their independence and they became their own entity.
and nobody else owned it after that. 1836.
Well, it was almost a decade. It was like from 1836 to like 1840 something. So probably about around the time, I guess you say, the Civil War started. Um, I think they were adopted as a state, and you know,
Yeah,
the rest is history, as they say. But yeah, it was almost a decade.
yeah.
What's it? I forget the guy's name. It's a city named after him. Um, he was like the president of Texas. I think he was the first president of Texas.
Was it Sam Houston?
Yeah, Sam Houston. That's his name. Yep. The
Okay.
city of Houston's named after him.
Yes.
Definitely changed a lot since then, but yeah, Sam Houston. He was one of the guys that kind of led in that whole
Yeah.
independence of Texas movement. From what I've read.
That's what I've been trying to find in all the paperwork. There's a letter to him when the boys were going to go and do a cattle drive up to Fort Worth, and they were asking Sam Houston to keep an eye on the boys. That it was, I don't know, but I can't find it yet. I know I've seen it.
Oh, you'll find it. Yeah, if you had something with his ledger on it, oh yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
and
awesome.
yeah, my mother went to Sam Houston High School.
Yeah, Sam Houston. It's
I
like
think,
Georgia. Georgia was named after King George.
yeah.
That's how it's got its name.
Oh. Hmm. I think that's why Fort Sam was called Fort Sam. Was
Oh, I'm
after.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see all the oh, everything. I think. Well, I know I had an ancestor in the Alamo, and then um, my aunt and cousin go to Goliad to the cemetery there at least once a year. And I said, "You need to come with us." And I said, "Tell me when. I'll go." That's when somebody was talking about the, oh, it was that lady in that video in Kentucky that they do a cemetery cleanup once a year. And that's what my family does in East Texas. It's like a family reunion. And they just stick a table up against a tree or something, and everyone brings a dish and they do a cleanup and just visit, eat, have a good old time.
Can't remember the channel's name, but there's a channel that I like watching whenever it sends me the notification for it. But there's a guy, I think he's like a history professor or something, but that's what he does. Is he's his channel, he goes out and he restores like gravestones. They've like been buried or the stones have fallen over. But while he's doing it, he's telling you the whole history of these people. Keeping their
Yeah,
stories alive, letting you know who they were, where they came from, what they did.
that's cool.
It's
And
pretty
that's
cool.
what I
Yeah.
do when I go to like when we would go to Matagorda, I go to the cemetery there because it's sailors and pirates and, you know,
Yeah.
looking at the tombstones, it's just really cool to see the dates.
Most of these people don't have nobody left to tell their story. You have to do your research and look them up and see who they were.
Yeah, yeah. And they still do a cattle drive through there, across the river, and
I've
um,
seen videos on that. They look pretty cool.
yeah.
Just don't bring no bulldogs around. Oof, man, it'd be the running of the bulls. No.
Unique place. And lighthouses. You can find out a lot checking into the history of a lighthouse because that's what Matagorda had, a lighthouse, and then
I
for
bet
whatever
there's a ton
reason,
on the Texas coast. Well, probably at one time. I don't know about now.
yeah, I haven't seen any, but I haven't really gone looking. But um, they moved the lighthouse to Port Lavaca for some reason, and so that's where it sits. But yeah,
There's a couple historic ones. Mainly by all of any lighthouse really is pretty much just historic now. I think it's just I don't
yeah,
think anybody still uses it. It's more of a novelty historic marker, you
I don't
know.
know. I saw a picture of one that looked pretty new and it was square, and it looked like it was made out of like stucco or something, or
Maybe. All
so.
those bells, it's still churning. You could use
Yes,
it.
I think that they still use them
A
because
good navigator,
in a storm, you're going to look for that light.
maybe you do.
Yeah.
Make lighthouses great again. Make them bright again.
I have a couple here in my beach house, far away from the beach house during kids. I guess it's probably best. I mean, if I would have been living down there, it got wiped out with that one hurricane. The
Oh
motel
yeah.
stayed.
It was just like a 300 mile or 200 something mile tornado just came
Yes.
up through the south, all the way through.
Yeah. Took down the pier. It just really tore Matagorda up all the way to Houston, I guess. I think that might have been Katrina. I don't know. I don't know which one it was.
Houston got it bad again this year.
I
They
know
seem to
it.
be getting it bad every year, seems like now. Man,
I know. I feel bad for people who live in Houston. I wouldn't live there for nothing. I don't care who paid me, how much money. It would never happen because it's just the only thing I've ever gone to Houston for is they have a horse show. Um, and we went to that, and but it's not really deep inside of Houston. It's kind of one of the suburbs outside.
yeah, whenever they got hit by Beryl, but it was like a couple weeks, not even a month before that, another storm had came through and they got flooded out then.
Yeah,
So they got hit back to back within less than a month and a half.
yeah, and not one drop here.
Yeah, it hadn't rained anything of really any value unless it was a hurricane came through. That was it.
Yeah, and Houston's only about 4 hours away, and we hardly ever get affected by it, the hurricanes.
Don't matter how much stuff I've built to catch rain and conserve water. If it ain't raining, there ain't nothing in the buckets. You know.
Yep.
I'm just gonna go. I hate to assume, but I'm just gonna go ahead and assume next summer is gonna be the same way. So I'm just gonna go ahead and set up for that, prepare for it. The
Yeah.
worst case scenario.
Yep. If you have a garage, put plywood.
Got a bunch of I always save like scraps. I do electrical, so I mean, I always save like wood scraps they're gonna throw away or anything. Plumbing pipes they cut and thrown away. I mean, if it's a
Yeah.
section, they can fix something. You know, I've got a whole lean-to just full of stuff like that I collect. But I collect those now everything they do inside the house. Once it gets into the house, there ain't much really PVC. They break it off into that PEX pipe. The little flexible red and blue pipe.
Hmm.
And man, I've seen them just throw so much of that stuff away. And I just get it. I collect it.
There you
Heck,
go.
I get the fittings. All I'd have to buy was some fittings, and I could rig up something, some type of water flow system or drip system.
Yes. Irrigation.
It wouldn't be hard, yeah. I probably could hook it up some type of way where it could be solar. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be surprised all the stuff I get from the job sites that they just throw away, different crafts.
You know, And that's the way I am. I keep stuff that could be used later on. Those big sewage pipes, the PVC.
Yeah.
So I had a couple of those stacked behind the shed where my mom put the new house, and pallets and bags of potting soil, just when Dollar General was just trying to get rid of it and it was like 75 cents a bag. I grabbed like at least 8 bags, stuck
Oh
those,
yeah, when it's that price, yeah. Why
yes.
not?
And because I figure it's a good starter anyway, you can add to it to make it a good soil.
Oh yeah.
And I think when my brother was out there loading up that dumpster, I'm hoping he didn't grab all that. It's to him and my son-in-law, everything is garbage. Only the bare necessities, but their necessities are not like our necessities. They don't think
Yeah. Some
can
people
be.
don't see the value in something.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Like I
when
say,
he.
one person's trash may be another person's treasure. You know, they don't see the value in what you consider to be a treasure.
Yes, when I found out they threw away that metal garbage can with a lid, no dents, no nothing, looked like it was brand
Oh
new.
yeah. You don't never throw something like that away.
Yeah, and the propane bottle, and I'm just like, are y'all? Is there any common sense in you at all? Is there a brain there? Ah,
It's like any tool. Most people have the tool of a brain, but you know,
yeah,
yeah, heck yeah, anything like that, especially with the price of stuff going up.
I know it.
So I try to. I mean, of course, I'm gonna have to spend some money, but I always try to go the free route first. You know.
Yeah, that's what Mama had, those big tubs. Um, I don't even know where you'd get them, but they're big tubs and they're real thick, and that's what she would use to water the deer. And
Oh yeah, yeah, like a animal feed store, or maybe a tractor supply if in your
yeah,
area. That'd probably be like your last case scenario. They're pretty
probably.
proud of their stuff at the tractor supply,
I know it. And
especially their books. They got a nice book selection at the ones I got around here, but man, they're just too proud of their books.
oh, I know. I bought like 2 or 3 of them
I said,
from
man, I'm
Tractor
gonna buy
Supply.
one. I said, man, how can you charge $50 for this book? I know it's
Yeah,
good knowledge, but man,
yeah.
it's too much. I just go online and just print it out.
I was gonna say, or look at Amazon and see what,
Yeah,
write down the titles and see where you can get it
yeah,
cheaper.
definitely check like your animal feed stores. Pretty sure in Texas they got them. They got a good
Hmm.
bit of them, I imagine.
Yes, everywhere. We even have one that's about 3 miles from me, but still, it's close enough.
Or any bakeries or restaurants that you know deal with food grade stuff. You know they're gonna have 5 gallon buckets. That's where I get most of mine from. You know,
Yep, that's true.
you know, like a mom and pop place or like a coffee place. You know, if you go talk to the owner, maybe you can get all their coffee grounds from there. You might not be a coffee drinker, but you know, hey,
That's what I did with my son-in-law working in a restaurant. I
yeah,
said, bring me those eggshells and coffee grounds. And so
yeah,
that's where I got a lot of the eggshells, was from him.
oh
What's
yeah,
does a tractor need outside of gas? A lot of parts. My ex-husband was working on tractors all the time. There you go, Moose. Yeah.
Know what's wrong with it? Ain't got no gas in it.
I love Tractor Supply though. That bin when you first walk in,
Yeah,
I found some cool things in there, pretty cheap. And
yeah. I've gotten some things from there.
when I got the books, what I was looking for was the um, you go back to the horse section and they've got suture kits and the clamps and everything you might could possibly need if you
If you had to
need.
do something, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. As far
and
as those tools, yeah, those would easily cross over.
but
Same
those were
concept.
cheap. They were. I was surprised at how cheap those were. But then I went to the books, and so I was like, "Well, I thought I would spend this much over there, so I was justifying getting the books."
Yeah, they're proud of their books. At least I know it ain't just the ones here. It's everywhere. Man, I think it was the Library of Congress in there with their literature.
Yeah.
But yeah, stock up on that type of stuff. Just like if I'm cooking, I try to use like natural wood for the most part. But I don't know. I guess with everybody's power and stuff being out in the area, I guess the Home Depot they ordered tons of at Kings for charcoal, and it was the 2 bags. I don't know if you ever seen it sold. It was like 2 bags, and they got it sealed in one big plastic wrap. Well, it was
Hmm.
like regular like $20, and they had a sale on them for like $6 and some change.
Oh wow.
So went and got a bunch of them just to stocked up on them. Nothing else. It's a little Kickstarter or something. You know what I mean? In a pinch,
Yeah.
don't
That's
hurt to be stocked up on it.
yeah. Because I heard that um, like you can't take wood from one area to another in some states, and I was like, "What in the world?"
Yeah, it's just totally ridiculous stuff. Yeah, it don't make no sense how they try to make it sound.
Every time
Yeah,
I come down to the coast, I get driftwood because I use that for lining gardens or whatever. It's
oh yeah.
cool
Some
looking.
people pay top dollar for that stuff to decorate with and do stuff with.
Yep, and it's
You,
just laying all over the place.
you used to find a bunch here locally at one of the spots. It's the one of the locking dams we got here. It's right beside Finnessy Swamp, and that whole little cove right there used to just be lined with driftwood. Now you go down there, you'll be lucky to see a piece or two, maybe.
Hmm.
Everybody found out it was just a place to go collect it, and then just have to wait for some more drifts in.
Yeah. Well, it's all cured with salt, and
Yeah,
it, I don't know. I guess mine's starting to rot out there with the with it raining on it and stuff. The end isn't quite as sturdy as it used to be, but it's still good.
oh yeah.
I was wanting to make a walking stick out of one of them, but I think they're too soft of a wood to do that. It needs to be a sturdy wood. I have the feathers and beads and all the stuff I want to use to make it. Just need to find the right piece of wood.
I wish I had the plane and the stuff to do the logs and stuff because there's so much stuff around here. If somebody had that type of tool where they could like mill and cut their own wood, oh man,
Yes.
they're pretty much just as much as they needed right now. You could do it with a couple chainsaws, but man, of course it takes time. But if you had the whole setup,
Wow, piss off. That's impressive. And of course you heard that. Chemical. Oh my goodness.
Like I picked up a couple slabs of these oak and these pecan slabs that somebody had put out. I was thinking, what the heck can I make? And I said, well, shoot, make a bunch of cutting boards. You know,
Yes.
I don't
There
know,
you go.
cut them ever so thick and just clean them up, stain them up, make cutting boards.
Yep. Um, Ronan that was up here, he had made some, the trays that you used to like if you had company over in the living room and
Like serving trays.
yes.
Yeah,
And he was making those and they were really nice looking. He was making crates to hold the canning jars in and
that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
to
it's,
stack them.
yeah,
Yep.
screw a couple little decent handles on the sides of them or something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got some white and gold handles. I don't know why. There's no telling. When I worked at the thrift store, they may have just been given to me but I have so much. I need to start listing it and getting rid of a lot of it.
So what my oldest sister did, I don't know what she sold it on or something, but she just started listing stuff and, um, or even like, I don't use Facebook that much, but a good feature they have is the marketplace feature, especially locally. Um, Stuff like that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Well,
don't
it's
know how
good to,
have a yard sale. I don't know how your area is on stuff like that.
yes, that's what,
Categorize everything, figure out what you got, what you don't need, and you know, have a yard sale.
yeah. Yes, we're always looking for garage sales and yard sales. And a lot of people are putting out free stuff. They're just trying to get rid of it. And nice furniture. This one lady had a set of chairs with I think the back cushion was zebra and cabinets and all kinds of
Zebra skin, man.
stuff. Yeah, marketplace is a good place to.
Like my buddy, he went somewhere. He got like this. I mean, it ain't real, but it looks. It's one of those like bear skin rugs, but
Hmm.
it's pretty cool looking. But yeah, I don't know. I forget where he said he got it from.
I love stuff like that. Deer skin, deer hides, whatever. Yep. That's what I keep telling my son. Okay, when you get the deer, bring me the meat, bring me the hides too.
Oh yeah, process it and make leather. Yeah,
Yes, haven't got him to do that yet.
yeah. Used the And that's how it was done for, thousands of years. You utilize the whole animal. Comforts of modern day life, I guess you was not really eliminate, but it takes away from having to do all that.
Excuse me.
Or anything, anything that you would trap, any type of furs, anything.
Apples, whatever.
That's another thing that got affected by these storms that was the animal population. Couldn't
Hmm.
imagine how much of that got disturbed, displaced. Communities got wiped out. You figure any farms or any pigs or anything that was on those homesteads and stuff got wiped out too.
Yes. That's
The,
it.
the migratory birds and stuff that will be traveling this time of year.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that they lost their chickens and
Yeah.
some cattle, and that's what I'm thinking. Deer could be coming up here because everyone's putting out deer corn, of course, and they know what time of year it is. They're not as dumb as people think they are, and they're moving to areas where they think they're safe.
Be right back.
Okay. You lucky kiss off, put your tree up tomorrow. I want my tree up. I just like the lights. That would be the only lights I have on in that part of the house. Christmas tree. Surprised I don't have those lights just strung all over the house. It's not too soon. It's the end of October. Yes, peace. Isn't that weird how it's so peaceful to look at a Christmas tree? It's like it's so calming. So I don't know. I don't know if there's something spiritual to it, but there's something about a Christmas tree. Not those pink and white ugly things, but mm, yeah, mud flaps. You know, roll a wall, wrapping paper against the wall, and that's it. We get a little crazy here. We'll take cardboard boxes and cut them up and wrap them like presents and put a really pretty bow on them and hang them on the wall. Different ones and
I did that to my mom before. Bring like
yeah,
this box. I done got like not a gen, but like an air compressor or something in this big huge box and bring it wrapped up. And she opens it up and she thinks it's that. Why did you give me this? And it'd be
right.
another box inside of another box. You know, it's just a whole ordeal. It's funny.
Yes.
I said,
Yeah.
you really think an air compressor is going to be that light?
In the um yeah. So when you first put the tree up, you don't want it to look all bare, so you wrap boxes just to have boxes under the tree, empty boxes. Haven't done your shopping yet or whatever.
It's not how Christmas is. That's how mine was.
Empty boxes.
Yeah. What is this? There's nothing in here. You got air. You got air for Christmas. It's fresh Christmas air you just breathe in. They got they still do it. It's a local Christmas tree farm, and you can go there, pick your tree, cut your tree, whatever. But they make it a whole ordeal. But they've even got a station set up where they spray the artificial looking snow on there, and it'll look like it's snow on the tree. They'll even do that for you.
Oh wow, flock it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool.
that is neat.
Yeah, they'll do that there for you.
I haven't tried another kind of tree. I know I am, well, my whole family is allergic to cedar, and that's what we usually use for Christmas trees, cedar trees. But I haven't tried one of the ones at the store, like a fir or I don't know what all they have.
Yeah.
Pine. Do they use pine? Probably not.
Yeah, I imagine, yes. Yeah, pine trees. Smaller ones, yeah. Oh yeah. I don't, it ain't as many as it used to be, but there's quite a few Christmas tree farms here in the area. Um,
Did I say cedar?
yeah, it might be a new one. Cedar.
I don't think I said it
It's
like
exotic. Cedar.
cedar. Porcupine tree.
The new fall cedar collection. Yeah, that's still a thing. And of course, if you set up a Christmas tree, of course, the scent of a real one,
Oh, I know.
you just
That's what I
got to
used to
deal with
love.
the cleanup of all the needles, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. The storm that came through, I'll probably just get me a little Charlie Brown one and throw it up.
When you tie the tree to the R9, is that what I'm seeing? Donna said that to you.
Let's see. Let me see what it says here. And when you tie the tree to the R9.
Monkey puzzle tree. Never heard of that.
I don't know. If it's a new thing. I rode past the house the other evening, and they already had their Christmas tree up and lit. I said, well,
Yeah.
obviously they had an artificial one. I said,
Yeah.
man.
Mine's artificial.
Then, like you said about they're putting up the Christmas decorations. I noticed in certain parts, so like downtown, they've already started putting up the stuff that's attached to like the light poles and the street lights that light up, or some that don't.
I just heard that song 2,000 miles. Huh.
I don't know if I heard it. Maybe. 2,000
And
miles from somewhere.
I used to go to the Hallmark store to get a new, whatever the new ornament was, but that was a long time ago.
I think there's a Hallmark store in the mall. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We
Closest
got one
one
here
was in
somewhere.
Austin. Yeah. That's when I was working in Austin, I would do that. But
Yeah.
oh no, I would not let my kids wrap the other kids' presents. What I would do, because they're going to try and peek, and so I figured out they were peeking, and I would make a list where they would never find it, and I would just put a number next to their name, and then that number would be on that present, so they would never know whose it was
Mm.
until Christmas Eve night.
Oops. This one just accidentally tore on its own. Let me just casually see what's here, you know?
Mhm. Yeah. The presents would look like. Because
Oh, it is. Yeah.
I love to wrap presents. I would, whoever wanted presents or wraps, I would volunteer to do it. We would do it with the Girl Scouts for the um, Blue Santa and all that. I just love wrapping presents.
Not me. If it can fit in the bag, it'll go in the bag. But other than that, I just have to hand it to somebody.
You know,
Happy Festivus.
oh, Eric, that's sad. Oh no, that hasn't even been a question of the people that are. There's going to be so many people there Saturday at my father's celebration. He had so many friends. And we have a huge family. Hopefully, they'll be playing some music. A lot of musicians in the family, too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, bad. Aw, Gma. I've seen that happen. I've seen where parents will threaten them. You get into them, they go to someone else.
It was easy for me. I was the only boy and I had 3 sisters. So if I ever did just accidentally find one that was already ripped without my help, I would instantly know if it was for me or not. Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, definitely not getting the dollhouse. That one's not for me. So,
Accidentally ripped. And that's what I tell the kids. How did it accidentally get ripped?
it happens, you know. You're
Yeah.
vacuuming, an ornament falls off and just so happily glazes the paper and tears it. Um, you know, bumps against the tree stand. You know, these things happen.
Well, I'll help around. Put your address, Pebbles. Send you a royal crown. I love to send out presents too. Just little. There used to be a group that I was in. I can't even remember what it was called. I think my cousin in Alaska started it. And so we would do a gift exchange. And I got wild seeds to just throw out and grow wildflowers. Um,
Oh, yeah.
all kinds of cool stuff. It was. I usually made a wreath and sent it to whoever I was supposed to send to. So like making stuff too. Homemade gifts are the best. Goodie bags.
Oh, yeah. Lets the person know you put some thought into it.
or work anyway.
You know, I mean, like I get stuff like from my mom for Christmas, but like what we'll do is we'll like all the men that say they're going to be there for Christmas, they bring a men's gift. And then all the women that's going to be there for Christmas, they bring a women's gift. And
Yes.
then you draw numbers. So of course, whoever gets one goes first, and whoever's the last number goes last. But after the first person goes,
You
like
can
say,
steal it.
somebody else done drew an item and you want it, you can either steal somebody else's item unless it can't be stolen more than 2 or 3 times. I don't know. It changes every year. The women change the rules every year, so who knows what it'll be this year. Probably 5 strikes. I don't know. Probably recession. I don't know. But
We used to
you
do
can
that.
steal it until it's been taken enough times, you know?
Yep. Is that a white elephant? Is that what they call it? No.
I don't know. I think we call it a red bulldog. I don't know. I forget. They got some name for it. I don't know what my sisters call it, but yeah. And it's pretty fun. It's like you're playing a game while you're getting a gift, you know?
If there's a cat in the hat, what did they do with the rabbit? Who said anything about a rabbit? Hmm.
There are some gifts that the men, they'll kind of do a couple steals over. Mainly it's the women will get something and then somebody, oh, I like that. And here we go. The festivities begin.
Yes, Cat in the Hat's a Dr. Seuss book. Don't remember a rabbit. Elaine, I understand that, but for us, it's a whole different thing. Eric, they ate the rabbit.
There you go.
Mm,
Yeah. Especially now. I mean, it's just people just get together, you know, if nothing else. I mean, you ain't got to do the whole gift thing or nothing. Just get together as a family.
yes. It's for the kids. They just, yes,
Kids, they like that type of stuff. Yeah.
everything to a Georgian is a Red Bulldog.
See? Donna knows.
Haitians ate the cat.
Yeah.
Stranger danger. Yeah. A lot of those things, Indy, the lullabies. I mean, those are some weird songs too that you're singing to your babies. Hey, Wayne. Wayne, what state are you in? Yes. That's the rabbit. Pebbles has a thing for rabbits. I stuck a cherry pie with cherry NyQuil to family holiday dinners. knock everybody out. Oh my goodness. White rabbit, of course. Coleslaw. Mm. I have a white rabbit. It's not real. Mm. Anyway. No, I still have mine. I'm looking at him. Gotcha. You're good. Speedos. He danced in the front yard in a Speedo, cowboy hat, and boots. That's great, Juma. Hey, David. Have a good night, Elaine. Love ya. It's like when Grandma Cotton too. Oh, no. Isn't it called a white elephant gift exchange? Am I losing it? Even more? Okay, Andy. That's what I thought it was called. But then I was thinking, wait, there's a white elephant sale. Am I getting those mixed up? I mean, don't worry. I think everybody's gonna be okay. Um, True Pebbles. I remember the churches always having those. Right now, our churches are stocking up on coats. The grocery store, a lot of places have bins that you can put coats in for needy kids. And then the church will have like a coat swap, or you can just get one if you need one. You know, because some of us go up and down in sizes or whatever, and the link. Again. That was a good score, Gma. I've never seen a bong at a church sale. My mother's church does a fall sale. They might have already done it, and I missed it again. No, it does not get real cold in Texas in the winter. The- Last year we had 3 freezes. It lasted a couple of days. I think that was all it was. Snowmageddon, it got cold. That was a shock to all of us. Yeah, we had a nice storm. But it was here and gone just quick. It doesn't stay cold even when it snows. Like about every 8 to 10 years it'll snow, and the ground is so warm it just melts or it turns to slush. And those poor kids, they'll leave school and run to the football field to try to make a snowman, and it's got sticks, and the snowmen in Texas are usually a kind of a gray color. They're not white. It, well, that's two pebbles. It shuts us down.
I think I'm back. I think I reestablished comms.
Yep, I hear you. Anorexic. Projected Texas may reopen in 3024. We're open. All the immigrants found a way. Snowmen in Texas. Yes, anorexic. Okay, yes, they are. They're they're small. They're gray. They're got sticks. Hello, sexy. Where you been? Donna, you're in Texas, aren't you? North Texas, I think, sees snow kind of often, but not in this area. Huh? Yeah. So, night before last, I opened my laptop and had nothing but a white screen. Couldn't do anything. It was like just white. And I freaked out because there's some stuff that I didn't back up. And So I shut it off. The next morning I opened it up, still white screen. And I just started pushing buttons and pushing things, and I finally got the black screen that has the words that start typing. And so I was told by somebody who knows to do a shutdown instead of just shutting it, because I always just shut it. Hey Terry, yep, y'all get the weather. We don't. Keep it up there. And so when I did the shutdown, then when I opened it back up and turned it on, all my tabs are gone. And that's where I had all my songs. They're all gone. So now I have 3 tabs. StreamYard and 2 emails. That's
Oh,
it. It didn't even give me the restore option. And I was like, ah. So if I shut it down every night, is it going to do that? Just wipe out all the tabs? I don't know.
I don't know why it would, but yeah, I don't know.
6 or more inches. Yeah, and I've seen ice shut it down, especially in Austin where they have the overpasses. You can't get on the overpasses. You go sliding off, well, all the highways.
Yeah, all your bridges.
Sleep instead of shut down. Thank you. That's what I think. I thought just shutting it made it go to sleep, but apparently not. Yes, good things are happening. It is a
Oh
beautiful
yeah.
day today.
Oh yeah. Every day.
If you leave it running, then everyone will see your dance card. Even with a VPN. And I don't care. Look at my computer. They'd be bored. I don't look at anything bad. But I did back up everything that I wanted to save. Except I don't know how to back up. You know how you can save your favorites?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way.
That's what I got to figure out, how to save the favorites. Because that's where I have a
Start
whole
it.
bunch of stuff.
Start it. Put them all in one file, or maybe start a file for them. I don't know. Yeah, I do that a lot when I see stories and stuff. I'll send them to my stuff self or save them so that way I can go back and try to look up and do a follow up.
Hallelujah.
Yes, that ain't really.
Your favorites, when you put a star, when you star it, and it saves it to your favorites. There's a favorite bar, and then there's other favorites. The other favorites is the one that's so full of all the information. My favorites is just quick links to places to pay bills and stuff. bookmarks. Just save them to a list. Yeah, but this laptop's old. It could die anytime now. Oh, you're in East Texas. Yeah.
Just about any of the devices now is works just long enough for the next one to come out. Give you a couple updates and that's it.
Yeah. So you think y'all's hurricanes are done?
Oh, I hope so. I know it's officially I think it goes to mid November, maybe November the 19th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So anything's possible until then. I mean, I hope so. I love to get some rain, but just don't want to have to go through another hurricane to get it. Especially not like the one we had.
Yes.
I know it happens a lot, but for my particular area, I mean, it was just, and the last time it got that bad, you'd have to go back to like 100 years, 100 years ago when they had a storm maybe that bad.
Goodness. Is there still a lot of cleanup there?
Tons. I mean, it's still unbelievable.
Power outages still?
Mm, for the most part, from what I'm seeing personally, what can get reestablished has gotten reestablished. You're dealing with a lot of people that can't get it reestablished right now because there's just so much home damage, and they got to go through that whole hassle of insurance and all that type of stuff. Everything's got to do the process. And being
So
that
what,
it's already a strange system, you had so many of them insurance companies before this was closing up shop in some places. Now they're having all these extra payments and stuff to claim the process. Um,
yeah.
then there's
So
still
what,
tons and tons of trees to get up. I mean, even almost a month in, a little 3 weeks in, I mean, there's still tons and tons of cleanup.
dang. So where are the people staying?
I don't know. It just depends on the situation, family, if you was lucky. Um, maybe a hotel, motel, maybe somebody got lucky enough to maybe get a voucher. How long that lasts, I don't know. Um, I
Do
hate
they
to
have,
say it, but I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if they have something like Houston was putting them in the Astrodome. Was it the Astrodome? Or is that San Antonio? Whatever that convention center place was in Houston.
Um, some places were used for that. Like a lot of your schools wasn't in for a couple weeks, so a lot of your schools and stuff were like staging areas and stuff for that. But now schools are starting to go back, so those resources and sites having to be reshifted to where they need to be.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
dang it. Eric said same thing happened in 55 or 58. The name of that hurricane was also named Helene. I heard the name has been retired.
Oh yeah, it's retired now. It happened almost 66 years to the date as the one you just mentioned. Yeah, it was another Hurricane Helena that came and took that similar path,
Wow.
and it was It was almost 66 years to the day. It was a couple of days off.
Coincidental?
I think not. Reason unknown.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know when they officially started, but now, yeah, whenever it gets real bad, they'll just retire the name. You know, there won't be another Katrina or Sandy or Helena or uh, Milton. You know, they'll think of something else.
I know. There's so many names they can.
It's like I think officially they don't use the letters X, Y, and Z because it's too hard to come up with that many different names. I guess male and female. So after that, they start using like what's it? They go into the Latin or the Greek or whatever something. I don't forget how they do it. It's only happened a couple times, when they've had to do it when they've had that many storms.
Yeah.
And
I agree, Rich Hunter. I mean, they said that one they made, what was it? Mm, I don't remember where it hit. It seems like it's the one that hit Galveston like 100 years ago or something. I don't know.
you just, I mean, they openly admit the modifications, the tools they say they have, and this isn't anything new. I mean, they was experimenting with this stuff at least that we know of the late 1800s,
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yes, Terry. I've seen the patents.
oh yeah, they're out there, yeah, for sure. Might have to do a little digging, but yeah, they're out there.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've lost everything a few times, but I just keep trying to build back up.
Okay.
That's all we can do. I would
Yeah.
like to know, I don't know. I mean, it's not immediate that I need to decide, but I need to decide.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with falling down 7 times if you get up 8 times. You know,
That's right. Dust your knees off and get back at it.
it's not if it's gonna happen; it's only when.
galvanize
Gotta
this.
learn to bob and weave. If you're gonna hit me in the good spot. Hit me dead on the chin, buddy. Give me all you got. Don't hold back.
I don't know. I don't think there's too many people out there ready to hit you.
Oh no, that don't mean nothing nowadays. People just have a bad day. It might just we see it all the time, you know.
Yes.
People losing their nuts. They ran out of foam at the latte place, you know. Starbucks, you know, just people losing their minds in the drive-through. You entered the
Yeah.
drive-through. You knew it was going to be a wait. It was it was a non-verbal agreement. You took the responsibility on. Now you want to freak out? Should have freaked out before you got in the drive-through, buddy. Now you're stuck here. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
As long as they don't get violent or trying to harm no property or me, I just kind of let them go. Just get it on out. That's like the other day I was somewhere. I don't remember where I was at. And there was another line beside me. The guy was like, "Hey, buddy, that's all you getting?" And the guy was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'll pay for your stuff." He's like, "No, buddy, you ain't got to do that." He's like, "I got it." Dude was like, "No, let me pay for your stuff." He's like, "No." He got into a whole deal about the guy didn't want him to pay for it. So the guy said, "All right, no problem." He asked the guy behind him. He said, "That's all you getting?" "Yeah." It's like, "All right, I'll pay for your stuff then." I said, "Man, these people getting upset because somebody's trying to do a good deed for them."
Right.
I said, "Man, watch it. This dude's gonna stub his toe on the way to the car. I wonder what's going on."
I don't understand it. I heard two brothers got in a huge fight, and I was like, brothers. Well,
Oh yeah,
that's what it says in the Bible.
you just say, "No, I appreciate the offer," something like that. But yeah, you ain't got to get in the whole brouhaha at the checkout.
No.
Nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be a lot of noise and probably not be able to come back to the store. Nothing's going to get resolved. What are you going to do? Slap each other with candy bars and magazines?
That's why I do it at the drive-through. If if I'm able if I'm in a drive-through like at Dairy Queen or something, and the person behind you's order is already in, could you just add theirs to mine and then just drive
Yeah,
on? And
yeah. Just hope they pass the good deed on down the line somewhere, Keep
yes,
it going.
absolutely, I believe in pay it forward.
Might not never eat from that apple again, but shoot, if you can plant 1,000 apple trees behind it, shoot, do it. Plant as many as you can.
Yeah. Excuse me.
That's what I was telling the people here locally. Anybody that would listen, I'm like, hey, look at here. It's funny how during this disaster, all these resources that would have probably went in the trash or wouldn't have got used automatically went where they were supposed to go. I say, y'all need to keep that mentality all year long. It's just too much stuff getting wasted. Food, products. There's no
Yes.
need for it. I don't care about what you say that it says on paper. I'm telling you what it naturally is.
Yeah.
The man says he's hungry. You're not gonna throw the food in the trash, you know.
Pebbles, I want whatever you're having.
What's she having?
I don't know. Something.
Oh, they are. That's true. It says on the wrapper, made in the Mars facility. They don't even have it.
Hey, Josh.
Like, what was it? It wasn't so long ago. I used to like Reese cups. I
Oh,
hadn't had one in forever. And I said,
yeah.
it was the just the regular one. I got it, and I said, oh man, this tastes horrible.
Really?
Yeah, just a
Oh,
regular Reese cup. I said, well, all they did was remind me why I hadn't bought one in a while.
they changed.
Something changed. I don't know.
That stinks.
Maybe I changed, but they definitely changed something as well. Yeah.
Reese's cups are inedible. That's sad. Yeah, that was one of my favorites. And
Yeah, they are inedible.
yeah, I never did like Twinkies. Yeah.
Yeah, I never got into that hype. I mean, I like sweets, but I don't know. I always just had access to homemade stuff. Something was always getting cooked up somewhere, you know. Even at Halloween, even if I would go trick or treating as a kid, I would probably hardly ever eat any of the stuff really. It would just sit there, or I'd just take it to school and just give it to people who wanted it. I'm like, no. After about day two, you can't tell what it is. It just you open the bag and you just smell sugar. All the smells are just combined into one sugary whiff.
Yeah. Eric said the Reese's cups with caramel are darn good.
It might be. Even caramel, I don't really like it now. I think I had too much of it as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think I got carameled out.
I never was really a candy person. It's, I mean, every so often we'd sneak and, or, well, we would ask and get one of Mama's chocolates. Her nightstand was always full of chocolate.
So my grandma was. She always would keep like a what was them Hershey's miniatures. She would have
Mhm.
them and like Hershey Kisses and
Yes,
some
Baby
hard
Ruth.
candies or something. Yeah,
Yeah, Mama always had Baby Ruths and Snickers and all the good stuff. And
she would eat one maybe every blue moon, but it was mainly just for the grandkids. Whenever we came over, she'd get us all hyped up and we go back home.
yeah, I used to do that with my granddaughter, but now I want to see her eating healthy, so it's fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, I didn't like dark chocolate as a kid, but I like it now.
I, I don't eat chocolate anymore. I never really liked the taste of dark chocolate. Black licorice.
Ugh,
Loved black licorice.
oh, that stuff needs to be banned on every continent. I never was a licorice fan, no matter what flavor. You could dye it, flavor it, just couldn't do it. The texture, maybe. Like jelly beans, I couldn't eat them, or Skittles, I couldn't never stand those things.
Yeah, I didn't like those.
Mm.
And the jelly beans only if I got the black ones.
Yeah, you give me 20 pounds of jelly beans, I promise you, somebody would have a re-gift of 20 pounds of jelly beans. It don't matter what flavor.
You know, when the kids come in with Halloween candy, because they'll still go trick or treating. They'll take my granddaughter just so they have a child, and they're all sitting there with a bag. And
Yeah,
I don't even, I don't even look through it or nothing anymore. It's like, y'all can have it.
yeah.
Now, if they do stop, there's one house, she makes homemade popcorn balls. Then I might ask them for a bite of that.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, we used to go to my grandma's neighborhood if we'd go, and there was people that she knew that would do stuff like that, like popcorn balls, or there was this one couple, they would usually have like candy apples or caramel apples for the kids. But
Yes, we still do that. And then there's another one that makes the homemade cinnamon rolls, and they're big cinnamon rolls,
oh, cinnamon rolls, yeah. Who doesn't love that?
right?
I don't
That's
want to. I'll infringe you if you don't like a cinnamon roll.
that's my weakness is the pastries.
No, I'm
But
just kidding. I won't infringe you. I will think about it though. Now, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on where you live. Now, the big thing, well, I guess it's been a thing, but now they do like the trunk or treats at different places. You know, like churches or community centers. They all set up. They just kind of walk around and get candy and stuff that way.
that's the way our church did. Um, it was like a
Like a mini carnival almost.
yes, and
It's trending.
yeah, and they'd have little booths like a fishing booth or whatever. Oh, what balls? Oh, malted milk chocolate balls.
Mm,
It's the balls.
It's trending on Twitter. I don't know.
What was that song about the ball? The ballroom ball.
No,
Oh, is that the?
I don't know if that one's in my playlist yet.
Oh, it's old. It's um.
Is it a Halloween song or no?
No, no, it was a. Is it ballroom glitch? Ball. There's. Mm, I don't know.
Is that the title of it?
I I think so.
Couldn't tell you. I'm not good with music sometimes. I know it's a lot of songs I probably heard, but just to think of the artist,
Queen.
hmm I don't know.
Yes, that's it.
Sweet Ballroom Blitz.
Yes. Okay. I knew I would
I'm not,
imagining things.
I'm sure. It's probably a 10,000 songs with ballroom in it. I don't know. Oh
No,
man, not the Diddy bopping.
no.
You don't want to be on that list. Ooh,
Oh, I never had that, Cheryl. That sounds good.
what's that?
Uh,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Licorice.
Seen that. Just could never really. I don't know.
Balls to the wall.
Might be the flavor too, because I've had like licorice flavored candy or something else, and I wasn't really a fan of it neither.
To see you, Yankee. Oh man, it's
Yeah,
and we have several haunted houses popping up.
yeah. I can't do the haunted houses.
Me either.
Not so really much for the scare. It's just, man,
Yeah.
no. I don't want to bonk somebody or somebody try to run me over.
Yes.
I
The
mean,
people doing it sometimes get stupid and
I mean,
they get hurt.
shoot, I mean, you jumped out at me, dude. I wasn't really prepared for that. I can't help it. I punched you in the nose. What did you expect to happen? You know,
Of course, my arm went across your face. Dang it.
we got one. We got one. I guess the west. I guess it's a couple of them. It's the biggest one. It's called Plantation Blood. Um, that's probably like the biggest one in the area people go to,
Yeah.
and it's huge. They take you on like this inside little haunted house thing, and then you kind of walk around the property a little bit.
Yeah. And we have, uh, I don't know what you call it. But they have several booths set up. Face painting, pumpkin painting, doing all kinds of,
Like a fall carnival.
yeah, cold spaghetti as brains. Mm. Oven for apples. Yes, true.
Yeah. Who comes? Who was the guy that came up with that game, bobbing for apples? And man, pretty sure he didn't last long in the Royal Kingdom. The game's entertaining, but you got to go, buddy. You're a one-hit wonder.
That's true. Strong immune systems.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same with those water fountains. I always thought that was so gross. I
I mean, I
don't
don't
know
know.
if I was the only one, but no. Who said that? Miss me. Grandma's place.
Make it a challenge. Just go bobbing for pineapples. Throw a bunch of pineapples in there. So who's the real champion?
Oh, we did that, Andy. The, a banana split, and then it seems like they did a hot dog too. Like, huge.
Yeah. Anybody got a used gutter laying around? Bring it in. I need it. Gonna serve some splits over here.
Oh, we have a ride every year through Christmas. They drive it with a tractor and drive around so the people can see the lights.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got one of them here. They pretty big deal.
No, Virginia. Some of those people, I saw them. They'd put their mouth down on that silver protector thing. Blech. No,
Well,
no,
when
no, no.
somebody's bobbing at the water fountain, just don't use that water fountain. Just walk away. You know, people shouldn't be bobbing at the water fountain. They just messed it up for everybody.
Do you know who jumped in your wagon hay rides? Hey, Benjamin. I don't understand that.
Yeah, they're the same people that double dip a chip.
The water fountain suckers. Yes, those. We have those horse-drawn carriages too. Oh, the pitchfork boy. Um, haven't seen a pitchfork in the hay rides.
It's just that they get too rowdy, you know.
Yeah, I think that's when they'd see lead, maybe. Mm. Pedal cabs. I haven't seen a pedal cab. I think this year I'm just going to get on one of the horse-drawn carriages. I've been wanting to do that, but I was like, no, that's something you do with someone special. And it's like, psst,
Ain't
I
too bad,
need
you know. Have you ever rode
to
a horse?
do what?
Have you ever rode a horse?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, that. Well, I mean, riding a horse or something like that would at least eliminate like any fear or something, you know. Of course, you're still
No,
not controlling it, but yeah.
no, I don't have any fear of it. Not at all. That's
They used to have it here downtown on the Riverwalk years ago, but I don't know.
yeah,
Man, they need to bring it back. They still do it down in Savannah.
yeah. And that's anytime I see a horse, I go up and pet them, and I found out. Ask first. Those people with the carriages, they're pretty picky about their horses.
Oh yeah.
Understandably so, because I'm sure that they have no telling what, because thousands of people come through there.
Oh yeah. And the main thing, just so the horse doesn't get distracted, and everything that's going on.
Yep. I wonder if they supply the blanket. If it's cold. Who knows if it's going to be cold. So that's the weekend after Thanksgiving when they light up the lights. That's when all the, what do you call them? Nonprofits set up booths for food and
Oh
hot
yeah.
and drinks and stuff. And so when I had the Girl Scouts, ours was always hot chocolate. We were lucky to get the hot chocolate, but there was times at Thanksgiving when it was so hot, people wouldn't even buy it. They were like, "No, we need a ice cold drink."
Yeah. And bust out the lemonade stand.
Yep. And that was the booth next to us. They had the fresh squeezed lemonade and stuff like that. Bottled water. I think they had apple cider also.
Yeah.
No, we don't drink hot chocolate at 104. No. We would sell like, geez, at least 400 cups of hot chocolate in 2 nights if it was cold.
Oh yeah, yeah. If it's cool enough, yeah, you got an event like that, yeah. Not
Yeah.
too bad.
I always had the little marshmallows to put on top.
So it is like a light place here that you can ride through, and you can do like the hill ride thing through, but you got a section where you can buy
You lose,
salads. They got hot chocolate and coffee and stuff like that, but they also got other drinks. So
yeah.
nighttime they have the fire pits going regardless. You can roast marshmallows and stuff.
Your audio went for a little bit there. I don't know what happened, but it's good now.
I don't know. They tried to take me back to 2G. Too many G's pumping. Had to take a few back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true, Terry. A lot of ice cream in the winter.
Oh yeah, yeah. Still like ice cream. If I can find some good ice cream.
I think that's a man thing that they really like that ice cream every night.
Yeah. My granddaddy, he always kept ice cream. It's about a certain time, he just go get him a big old bowl of ice cream.
That's the way my stepfather was. And he would forget he got it, argue with my mama in the store that they needed it. And I think at one time I went out there and there was like 5 half gallons of ice cream, and she was all, "Please take one home."
Too much ice cream.
Mm-hmm. Bluebell. I haven't seen Brams. I've seen Bluebell and Blue Bunny.
Yeah, I've seen both of them. I've had
And
Bluebell before. It was pretty good. The flavors I got.
yeah, and then HEB has their own brand. Blue Bunny's cheaper than Bluebell.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. I ain't bought none of them in so long I couldn't tell you. I walked down the aisle. I'm like, if I knew it could just taste as good as they sell it to be, I probably would try it. Last time I got some ice cream, it was decent, but I'm like, no.
Oh, okay. I still haven't heard of it. What you might say? My husband left the driver's license on the kitchen counter. I was not walking the island of Kauai, so I needed us a ride. It was one of the funniest adventures we had.
Mm.
It was my brother told me that they went to San Francisco for something, and they got one of those driverless Ubers. I
Mm.
said, "What? I
Where is
wouldn't
this at?
be in San Francisco."
Oh yeah. I could, yeah. Hmm. Well,
Night kiss off. Love you.
eliminates the tip.
Right? I should have asked about that. Is there like a
Oh,
slot in the car you have to tip, or surely not?
they probably figure out some type of way to raise the bill on the other end.
Yep.
It'll show up as a processing or delivery fee. It's like somebody was telling me it's one county over at I think it's a Mexican restaurant. I don't think it's the whole restaurant. I think it's just a couple tables or something. They got these robots that bring the food out to you. And I said, well, dang, that's kind of crazy. What if my order's wrong? You know what I mean? The person still got to
Yes.
come out.
Yeah.
What good does that do you?
A friend of mine went somewhere in Austin, and she said it was a robot waiting on them.
I could see maybe if the person couldn't carry everything and it was something to kind of help them bring it out, or maybe a cart or something. I don't know, but what if the robot spazzes out and just starts throwing hot tacos everywhere? You know, it'd be a food fight before you know it. Who knows?
Next county over in Georgia, one street over.
That's how I like it.
Yep. I miss the homemade ice cream. Sitting one of the kids on top of the bucket to hold it down while you crank.
Oh yeah,
Keep adding salt and ice, and ah, is the best.
it's a process to it, but it definitely tastes better.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you can make it however you want to.
A boy named Golden Pancake.
Huh? What a name!
Surely that wasn't his real name. I remember in my hometown there was a guy, his nickname was Pancake. I have no idea why, but
Mhm. Do
Molly,
enjoy some good pancakes. So
yeah, I like waffles better.
yeah, he was conceived and born at a Waffle House. Yeah. Contact Guinness Book of World Records.
Maybe that was his mama's craving.
AB. I mean, heck, with some people that had some interesting names. Oh man.
Bless hair. Jeremy Buckminster. What? Richard Whiskey. William Williams. No, that's just wrong. Could you imagine on a football field or something? They say his name. Willie Williams. Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, guess we should shut this one down. I don't have any songs pulled up. Can't play the song.
have to have to I don't know. Hum it out. Have to hum a tune.
Mm, yeah, that's too close to singing. Yes, she was, Benjamin. Thank you, Andy. It was just had to do the cooking. I was like, okay, got all the stuff because I was going to do it yesterday for the kids and wedding and stuff just happened. So thanks, Pebbles. I'll let y'all know what that guy said. What's this stuff you're bringing me? I lost your voice again.
Yeah, they're trying to take a couple more G's from me. Yeah. They didn't like the Georgia G, so they'll just take a couple G's from me. Knock me back down to 2G.
Right.
Huh?
Appreciate all of y'all in chat with y'all's conversation. It was good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. We're back to normal, maybe. Y'all have a blessed night, blessed morning, and a blessed rest of your week.
You too. Thank you. All of y'all. Was that a good night?
Good night, everybody. Yeah, good night, everybody.
Take care, Wildlife. Thank you.
Always.
And thank all of y'all for being here. I will say a blessing over them balls. Y'all stay safe. Things aren't as bad as they're saying. I don't think. Good things are happening. If it's not something good happening around you, make something good happen. We all got the power. God bless y'all and have a good night. See you next time.